Please be seated. Before we move to the first item of business, members, I wish to inform you that the pensions extension of the automatic enrolment bill received royal assent on the 18th of June. It will be known as the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Act, Northern Ireland 2025, and is Chapter 2. I also wish to inform members that I have received notification from the First and Deputy First Ministers that due to unforeseen circumstances they are unable to answer questions during question time this afternoon. The Business Committee will be asked to reschedule this question time slot when it meets tomorrow. However, in order to allow the business to continue for 2:45, when we will take questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, a motion has been added to a revised order paper to suspend Standing Order 20(1). That motion will be taken after member statements. First item on the order paper is member statements. Colleague Finnegan.
I rise to highlight my calls on the Department of Health to investigate the possibility of replacing the PRSI scheme in the South for those suffering from medical hair loss here in the North. Whilst we are all aware of the pressures facing our public services brought on by over a decade of savage austerity policies from Westminster, we should also recognise the devastating impact that medical hair loss can have on a person's confidence, mental health and overall quality of life. In the South, if a person is suffering from medical conditions such as alopecia or hair loss brought on by chemotherapy, their GP can sign off on a PRSI health certificate, allowing them to claim up to €500 towards the cost of a wig, a hairpiece or scalp treatment. Stress can have a major impact on hair loss, and so this type of support would only benefit those who are already suffering medically from it. The scheme provides funding to patients who have lost their hair through illness, including cancer treatments and alopecia, in order to pay for wigs, hairpiece or scalp treatment with a specialist of their choice. I previously brought a motion forward at council level as I find it astounding how much patients in the North are forced to pay for their own hairpiece or face a lengthy waiting list for a wig. I believe the previous reasons given by the Department's decision not to support a contribution scheme towards the care of individuals with medical hair loss is extremely poor, full of unsubstantiated assumptions and lacking a remarkable volume of empathy. As someone who lives and works in a border community, this further highlights the nonsensical nature of partition, that patients living just minutes away from each other cannot access the same equality of health care. Therefore, I have again written to the Department of Health to urge them to look into the possibility of introducing this scheme so that men and women in the North have the same sense of dignity and equality of care that is offered to those in the South, so that they can live their lives comfortably and confidently.
Thank the Speaker for taking my member's statement. Could I just raise the issue about my public consultation on the bill that I propose to bring forward, which is an individual statutory duty of candour? It's something that's very important to me, but also I believe something that's very important to the people of Northern Ireland. We have seen over the last number of weeks, even months, the amount of scandals that have broken in our health service, the bullying, the harassment for staff, the scandals around care, the neglect, the mistakes, and then the attempted cover-ups. And there will have to come a time when this practice stops. And I do believe that a duty of candour, a statutory individual duty of candour, is incredibly important in order to give people out there the confidence that their health service works for them and protects them when they need it the most. It is critically important that the Minister brings forward legislation. But in his absence, I propose to bring forward my private member's bill. I believe I will have and do have the support of this House in doing that. But it doesn't have to be like that. The Department of Health, the Minister of Health, can bring forward his own pieces of legislation that we would then support in order that the people who we serve will be protected to best with regards to the health care setting. I believe this is something that is a right for our people, I believe that the vast majority of people who work and practice in our healthcare setting deserves and wants an individual statutory duty of candour, and I will pursue it to the very end in order that they get that. Thank you.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday I was delighted to attend Learning Disability Pride 2025 in Carrickfergus in my constituency of East Antrim. It was a day filled with creativity, joy and community spirit. It was a vibrant and inclusive occasion, celebrating individuals with learning disabilities and raising awareness across the wider community. I want to pay tribute to the organisers and to everyone who took part in delivering such a positive and uplifting and thoroughly enjoyable event. The day began with a spectacular carnival parade, which set off from Carrickfergus Rangers Club and made its way along the seafront to the castle. The streets were alive with music, dancing and laughter as schools, community groups and organisations such as AEL, MENCAP and Larne Bears FC and many more proudly took part. The creativity on display in the costumes, performances and displays was a true reflection of the energy and talent within our learning disability community. As the celebrations carried on into the afternoon, the Harbour Car Park came alive with vibrant activity. Uplifting performances by members of the local learning disability community were followed by live music from the host, Q Radio's Amy McGuigan. A colourful array of local food and craft stalls also added to the festival atmosphere. The weather was with us and the energy was infectious, creating lasting memories for all who attended. The day's programme featured many inspiring moments. We were privileged to hear the Hillcroft Magaton Choir perform and to listen to Caleb from Caleb's Cause deliver a heartfelt, specially written poem, and to welcome the official ambassador for the event, model and advocate Kate Grant, who made history as the first model with Down syndrome to win an International Beauty title. Beyond the celebrations, the event also shone a light on the extraordinary work being done by so many organisations to support people with learning disabilities to live rich, fulfilling and independent lives. It was a pleasure to meet some of them on the day, including AEL, Accessible Employment, Larne, who provide vital training and employment opportunities, and Larne Bears FC, whose 60 players train regularly and compete in a dedicated league, offering not only sport but also friendship, confidence and community. A particular highlight of the afternoon was a surprise visit from the Red Arrows, captivating the crowds as they soared across Carrickfergus in a flawless diamond formation, trailing colourful smoke across a bright blue sky. This remarkable event has grown each year in size and ambition and impact, and I have no doubt it will continue to go from strength to strength. This event is inclusion in action and a shining example of what our communities can achieve when we come together. I want to place on record my sincere thanks and congratulations to the Learning Disability Pride organisers for their dedication in bringing this uplifting celebration to Carrickfergus once again. Thank you.
Beatty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting increasing correspondence with individuals who are concerned about our justice system. I can't mention them all, but I want to mention this one, which I think is important, and that's the case of convicted murderer James Meehan. Convicted in 2009 for the murder of Jim McFadden in Londonderry. He absconded while on bail, but was re-caught and sentenced to 14 years in prison. In 2022, he absconded again while on day release and was at large for 16 months. In the Irish Republic, he then went under a lengthy legal battle. Everybody knew where he was, everybody knew his address, but he remained at large. When we finally got him back to prison, he was sentenced to an extra 9 months. Ridiculous. Lesson learned. Don't let them out if they're going to go and do a runner. Don't think it for 1 minute. December 2024, on pre-release, he disappeared again, and he's still at large. Garda know where he is. The PSNI know where he is. He's in Kells in County Meath, and nobody is going to feel his collar and stick him in jail. His family in Londonderry at this moment in time are suffering unbelievably because the murderer of their father is still at large and nothing can be done to put him behind bars. The reality is he should never have been allowed out in the first place on day release. It should have been one strike and you're out. And Danielle Bradley and her sister witnessed the murder of their father, and they want justice. And this guy, when he's returned to prison, needs to get more than a paltry number of months to serve. It is truly ridiculous. It's time, Mr. Speaker, if we can, in this place, to start putting the victims first and not the perpetrators. The moment James Meehan proved himself to be an individual who would abscond as soon as he was given time to do that, we should have said no. It's not the prison service's fault. They adhere to legislation. We need to change the legislation. And when he disappeared for the second time, absent for 16 months, we should have really taken note of this individual and never let him out the door again, so he serves his full sentence. And in fact, absconding should have been an aggravating factor. My thoughts remain with the family of Jim McFadden, with Danielle, her sister, and her mother, who now live without a father. And this man goes to the pub at large, and we do nothing about it.
Here, here.
Today to make a member statement on the issue of the website of Tattle and the impact it has had on the mental well-being of people in Northern Ireland. And for avoidance of doubt, I would like to declare an interest as a paid consultant for an AI firm providing advice on ethics of AI, but obviously this statement is not about AI, it is about online harm. This is a very topical issue, Mr. Speaker, and I wish today to talk about online harms, libel and slander and how they have had a real-life impact. And there's no greater website that does this worse action. It's infamous. It's called Tattle. I wanted to raise this in the House today about a brave couple from Northern Ireland, Neil and Donna Sands, who became the victims of a very modern kind of abuse, tech-facilitated harassment on this website. They were harassed, ridiculed, stalked online by strangers, hiding behind fake usernames, fueled by a website designed to monetize on gossip and human suffering. A website built on toxicity and a culture of cruelty. Many of us have never heard of it until last week, but sadly, many of us as public figures feature on this website as well. But for the Sands family, it has been their living nightmare for years. Over 45 pages of anonymous abuse posted about them, completely false. False claims, personal details and threats. One post chillingly read, "I can see you, I'm looking at you right now." This wasn't just idle gossip, it was targeted harassment, it was libelous, it was slander, it happened online but had very real consequences offline. Donna Sands said it pushed her to breaking point, and this is the reality of tech-facilitated abuse. The founder of this horrific bullying website was making over £320,000 a year in ad revenue, profiting directly from the destruction of other people's reputations. A site where anonymous trolls can target people with lies, accusing them of crimes, infidelity, and overall tarnish their reputation. This site is thought to have generated over 1.8 million in profit. But last week, Mr. Speaker, something historic happened here in Northern Ireland. The Sands couple won a defamation case worth £300,000, the largest ever awarded in Northern Ireland. A site once seen as untouchable was finally held accountable. That's justice, but it came far too late and at far too great a cost. And I think it needs to be a wake-up call to those who find joy in anonymously putting down others online, that they will be held accountable. And just because the abuse is online doesn't mean it won't be tolerated. Let's not wait for another family to be torn apart by a website like Tattle Life. Let the Sands case not just be a headline, let it be a turning point where Northern Ireland says enough is enough. And I would like to thank Neil and Donna for their bravery in taking this awful case to court and showing that we need to build an internet that protects people, not profits from their pain. Thank you.
Tattle.
Speaker. Last week, Liam Mulgahany from NECAP was before Westminster Magistrates Court under the Terrorism Act last week. That charge is unjust and extremely alarming. Sinn Féin MP stood with hundreds of others outside the court in solidarity with Liam Mulg. What has happening in Gaza is genocide. Yet, all the while, the British government maintains arms exports and military support to Israel. Actions that make them complicit in violations of human rights and of international law. But Liam Mulg, who is an artist, faces terrorism charges for speaking out against those crimes. It
Netanyahu
is Netanyahu who should be brought before the courts,
an
not
Nicap.
NICAP. The Irish people have stood against Israel's crimes in Gaza,
in Gaza,
in the West Bank, and throughout the Middle East. The case against Liam Moog is merely a distraction to draw attention away from the real crime. It is an outrage that no Irish interpreter was made available for Liam Moog. Apparently, the judge could not find one. We stand with NICAP. We stand with the truth. We stand with justice. Freedom for Palestine. Free Mohara. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Mr. Alex Jones from Bangor, who sadly passed away at the weekend. Alex was an incredible character, a much-loved personality, and his personality was truly infectious to all who knew him and loved him. He was a very proud chairman of the Somme Memorial Flute Band in Bangor. He was heavily involved in his beloved local football club, Bryansburn Rangers Football Club, and also a proud member, an ex-serviceman within the Royal British Legion Bangor branch, and much more. He had many, many friends within the Bangor, North Down areas, right across Northern Ireland, Scotland, and beyond. And I would like to express my sympathies to his wife Mandy and his sons Scott and Christopher. Alex was a great personality and will indeed be missed by so many right across the land. I would also like to pay tribute to Mr. Robin Maysfield, CBE. Many of you will have heard the name, and he was a very distinguished civil servant who committed a lot of his time and many years in service. But when he retired, he became known as Mr. Helens Bay. He was a very passionate community champion, and within his beloved Helens Bay, where he lived, through his work as Secretary of Helens Bay and Crawfordsburn Residents Association over many years, he was very, very committed and a real community champion, a highly intelligent man who was never afraid to roll up his sleeves and get involved in community life. He was also involved in the U3A, Hollywood Shared Town, and he was also an accomplished author, penning many books, particularly of local historical interest, and penned books on the history of Palace Barracks, the 150th anniversary of the railway between Hollywood and Bangor, and also the Grey Point Fort, and many other local issues that he championed and was a real proud campaigner for. I would like to extend my sympathies to his wife Rosemary and the wider family circle, and certainly Robin Maysfield will always be remembered very fondly right across the North Down area and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today I want to take the opportunity to mark a significant milestone for a charity that has had a profound impact on the lives of children and families right across Northern Ireland, as Action for Children celebrates 25 years of delivering vital services here, so a quarter of a century of dedication, care and advocacy to some of our most vulnerable children and young people. Action for Children began across the UK in 1869 and has grown to be one of the largest voluntary providers in children's services. But in Northern Ireland since 2000, it has provided practical and emotional support to over 15,000 young people and their families every single year through more than 20 services spread right across our communities. And their vision is powerful. It's very simple, that every child and young person will have a safe and happy childhood and the foundations that they need to thrive. The vision drives their work, stepping in early, offering support before families and young people reach that crisis point. And we know how important early intervention is, and Action for Children has been at the forefront of that mission for the past 25 years. Their services are diverse and far-reaching through family support hubs, Sure Start centres, early intervention services and young carers programmes, and they support families just with that extra little bit of help and with compassion. They provide specialist services for young people who are at risk of experiencing homelessness, including a floating support in Omagh and Fermanagh, as well as supported accommodation that helps young adults aged 16 to 24 build those life skills to help them manage their tenancies and move towards independence. Through their fostering, they find safe, loving homes for children and young people who have faced incredibly difficult starts in life.
And what makes Action for Children stand out, particularly for me as I have engaged with them extensively, is their deep commitment, not just to service delivery, but to lasting change. They work to develop those long-term solutions to the challenges children and young people face, and they ensure that children's voices and their experiences shape the decisions that affect their lives, whether that's in policy, legislation or services. And I'm sure every member in this chamber will have received at some point a briefing from Action for Children over the years. So to mark their 25th anniversary in Northern Ireland, they will be hosting tea parties in every community that they work in, and they will celebrate the difference that the charity has made over the last quarter of a century, bringing together children, young people, families and community and statutory partners. And they also acknowledge the ongoing challenges that we in this chamber can't ignore. We've heard so much about them, that 1 in 4 children in Northern Ireland continues to grow in poverty. Homelessness amongst young people is increasing. So I commend Action for Children for 25 years of outstanding service, and I wish them continued strength in their vital work.
Last week, we marked World Refugee Day. Therefore, let me be clear. Refugees are welcome here. We need only look at our own history of immigration, from the Great Famine to those who left Adjournment, to those who left Ireland because of conflicts, and to the young people who are immigrating today in the hope of better life, to realise that we have no right to deny those who wish to do the same thing in this country.
The Irish diaspora is everywhere. Irish bars and GAA clubs function in every corner of the globe.
People come to Ireland for the same reasons that the Irish people left Ireland. Their humanity is no less than ours. Their stories no less valid than our own.
Political and community leaders must respond with unity, urgency and moral clarity to the recent abhorrent attacks on immigrants, refugees and ethnic minorities. They must stop, and they must be condemned without equivocation. Multiculturalism is not a threat, it is a strength. In my own area of South Tyrone, it absolutely enriches our community, it broadens our understanding, and it strengthens the fabric of our society.
Down for South.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise today with a profound sadness to reflect on the last week, which was a sad week for anyone who values life in the United Kingdom. Having imposed laws on abortion onto Northern Ireland, campaigners were successful in seeing such legislation introduced across England and Wales. New Clause 1 introduced in the bill means that abortions carried out at home, either through pills purchased online or any other method, have been decriminalised. This isn't about cases with any medical diagnosis affecting the mother or the baby. It relates to any pregnancy, for any reason, at any point, right until birth. DUP MPs voted against this amendment, and others have explained their position. But the Alliance Party's Member of Parliament, who previously signed that amendment, has been entirely silent. Yes. You might think that when you'd added your name to such a significant amendment, you might find the time to explain that position, especially when she found the time to tweet about virtually every subject discussed in Parliament last week, with the singular and notable exception of an amendment that permits late-term abortion up until the point of birth. On Friday, then MPs voted to permit assisted dying in England and Wales. It was a bill that was significantly different and even worse than that which was originally proposed. Judicial involvement in the process has been removed. Legal safeguards were watered down. It is a bill that requires the founding principles of the NHS to be altered, all to create a system of private provision that will profit financially from the ending of lives. The bill doesn't offer a dignified path for those facing the end of life. It opens up the prospect of vulnerable people being coerced to do so without proper safeguards to stop it. It was a sad week for anyone who values the protection of life, especially dark for some of the weakest, frailest and most vulnerable in society, for unborn babies, women experiencing crisis pregnancy, people living with a disability, or those with a terminal illness at risk from coercion or abuse. And we are taught in Proverbs that we should speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy. We must be a voice for the voiceless in society. There's no ambiguity over our position. The DUP are a firmly pro-life party, and Mr. Speaker, I repeat, last week was a sad week for anyone who values the protection of life.
Steve Egan.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today many of our councils are marking Armed Forces Week 2025 by raising the Armed Forces Day support flag. I am very pleased to say that this morning the flag was raised in Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council by our Mayor, Leah Kirkpatrick. While not all councils across our nation show the same respect to our serving armed forces and our veterans, or indeed their families, the over 100,000 members of our extended armed forces family, with veterans and family members across the Royal Navy, Royal Marines, Army and Royal Air Force, both regular and reserve, do appreciate the effort that is made. On Saturday, I had the opportunity to attend the Northern Ireland Armed Forces Day in Newton Ards. The splendid weather was matched by the large crowds who thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle and meeting many of the branches of our armed services. Ards and North Down Borough Council should be warmly congratulated for how they organised the event and the support of the PSNI and other emergency services in providing traffic management and first aid support was first class. But, Mr. Speaker, there was one piece of traffic management that they weren't responsible for, and that was the magnificent parachute displayed by the RAF Falcons display team and the absolutely superlative Red Arrows, who have entertained most of Antrim and include Carrickfergus on their way in. And as they pass Scrabo, they give an extraordinary display of airmanship and precise aerobatics. To the thousands looking up from the airfield or on the surrounding hills, this was truly a highlight of the day. And I would personally like to thank the RAF in Northern Ireland, and especially Air Marshal Reynolds, CB, CBE, DFC, RAF, the Air Officer Commanding Northern Ireland, who give me the most informed commentary by a helicopter pilot to the next Submariner and air displays that anybody could have seen. And you've probably noticed, Mr. Speaker, I managed to get a bit of the sun as well. Thank you very much indeed.
Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to highlight the fact that it is still Cervical Screening Awareness Week, and I want to encourage every woman or every person who receives an invitation for cervical screening to attend for that appointment. I took the difficult decision last week to speak on my own experience of cervical cancer, so I want to particularly emphasise again just how important it is for people to attend those appointments. It might literally save your life. Those procedures are quick, they are painless mostly, and they are very professionally handled. And I understand that people will have hesitancy for attending at those appointments, but again, I have to stress how important it is that you take up that opportunity. But I am aware also that there are concerns about the cervical screening programme, and that is understandable in light of the scandal in the Southern Trust. So I want to stand here as well and voice my support for the Ladies with Letters campaign. They are campaigning for a statutory public inquiry into the scandal that happened in the Southern Trust, which impacted 17,000 women. There were 11 women with precancerous cells, 8 women with cancer, and 2 women who died. This should not be minimised in terms of the extent of the scandal and the extent of the impact on those women and their families. So we await what the outcome will be from the Health Minister, but again, I want to emphasise again that I support their call for a statutory public inquiry. I hope that this is resolved soon so those women can move on to the next stage of their campaign and that we can bring some level of accountability to this situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Buckley, 2 minutes.
Speaker, and I rise today to speak in support of the Chinook Justice Campaign and the families who have been fighting for truth and accountability for more than 30 years. On the 2nd of June 1994, a Chinook helicopter crashed into the Mull of Kintyre in Scotland, killing all 29 people on board. Among the passengers were 25 highly trained and dedicated British intelligence service personnel from MI5, the Royal Ulster Constabulary and the British Army. The 2 pilots were members of the United Kingdom Special Forces, professionals with exemplary service records. This was the worst single loss of life in the history of the RAF during peacetime. But beyond the tragedy itself, Speaker, what followed has left the bereaved families with deep and legitimate concerns. Concerns about transparency, justice, and the treatment of their loved ones' memories. Just 2 weeks ago, I listened to the testimonies of the family of Detective Chief Superintendent Maurice Neely, who tragically lost his life on that faithful day. A man of impeccable service and character. I pay tribute to his wife Donna and son Mark and family, who have found a dignified way to search for answers surrounding Maurice's death. A journey filled with sorrow and pain. An initial RAF Board of Inquiry found the crash to be the result of gross negligence by the pilots. This conclusion, Speaker, has been widely discredited, including by the Mull of Kintyre review conducted by Lord Phillips. That review called for the Ministry of Defence to apologise and to the families of the pilots, which was long overdue. Yet that review revealed anonymous concerns from personnel who worked on the Chinooks, including fear and technical faults.
Time's up.
I welcome their call for justice and would hope that the UK Government Armed Forces Minister would take it on board.
Thank you. Next item on the revised order paper is a motion to suspend standing orders 20(1). Clerk, please read the motion.
That standing order 20(1) be suspended for 23rd June 2025.
Paul Bradshaw to move the motion. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those say aye. Contrary, if any, no. As it arrives from all sides of the House, no dissenting voices, I'm satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. If members will take their ease before we move to the next item of business.
I've received notice from the Minister of Justice that she wishes to make a statement, and before I call the Minister, I'd just like to take this opportunity to remind members that they must be concise in asking their question, as this is not an opportunity for debate or long-winded introductions. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. With permission, I wish to make a statement on a bilateral ministerial meeting held under the auspices of the Intergovernmental Agreement on Cooperation on Criminal Justice Matters, which took place in Dublin on Wednesday, the 28th of May 2025. I represented the Executive at the bilateral meeting with Minister Jim O'Callaghan, the Minister of Justice, Home Affairs and Migration Ireland. This was the first IGA ministerial meeting attended by Minister O'Callaghan. It was a productive meeting which provided a welcome opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment to enhance practical criminal justice cooperation on this island. The meeting provided Minister O'Callaghan and I with an opportunity to review progress against the 2023 to 2025 IGA Joint Work Plan. We received updates from each of the project advisory groups: public protection, support for victims, youth justice, forensic science and criminal justice and social diversity. The IGA structure contributes to the promotion of good practice in each of these areas. The project advisory groups have developed a range of cross-border initiatives, opportunities for information exchange and shared learning, and I would like to put on record my thanks to all the members who continue to develop and enhance our shared cooperation on these important issues. I would like to provide members with a summary of the work that has been completed under the 2023 to 2025 Joint Work Plan. The Public Protection PAG has collaborated on a range of issues. Of particular note is the development of a shared criminal justice leadership programme, which is designed to enhance working relationships, cross-agency collaboration and shared learning. The programme commenced in November 2024 and will be delivered across 8 modules with 32 participants from criminal justice organisations in both jurisdictions. A special 21st anniversary edition of the Irish Probation Journal was also published, reflecting on 2 decades of work. Preparation for the 22nd edition is now underway. Information exchange and engagement is ongoing and includes exchange in areas like electronic monitoring, development of behaviour interventions and public protection arrangements. The Support for Victims PAG remains focused on improving services and experiences for victims and witnesses. Work continues on the alignment of the respective victim and witness charters. Additionally, bilateral exchanges have been used to share learning on the role of registered intermediaries. These have also covered human trafficking, with a particular focus on child sexual exploitation and the introduction of the Child Sexual Offences Legal Advisor Scheme. Domestic violence remains a focus for this PAG group, with regular information exchange. Counterparts in Ireland were particularly interested in the launch of the Power to Change campaign in Northern Ireland earlier this year. The Youth Justice PAG has focused on the practical cooperation and shared learning between youth justice services. There have been reciprocal visits between youth justice agencies and further collaboration with the Donegal Youth Programme. Of particular note during this reporting period is the Stable Lives, Safer Streets initiative, a policy-led research hub funded through the Shared Island Initiative and delivered by Queen's University Belfast and the University of Limerick. Minister O'Callaghan and I were privileged to hear from the committed academics who run this initiative, which combines top-down and bottom-up research to improve responses to youth crime, child criminal exploitation and community safety. A particular focus is being placed on child criminal exploitation, with evidence highlighting how many young people are manipulated and exploited into criminal activity through coercion or grooming. This collaborative and evidence-based work is already shaping the future direction of youth justice policy across both jurisdictions. The completion of an important evaluation of children's diversion forums in Northern Ireland is further improving youth justice agencies' approach to earlier stage diversion in partnership with others. The Forensic Science PAG has continued to focus on shared learning and practical information exchange, with regular engagement in areas like handwriting, explosives and elemental glass analysis. The 2 agencies continue to share information on the new Forensic Science Ireland laboratory facilities in Backweston. This is particularly welcome as the Forensic Science Northern Ireland building project progresses. The recent European Academy of Forensic Science conference, hosted by Forensic Science Ireland, was held in May in Dublin. It was attended by both agencies and offered further opportunities for professional engagement. The Criminal Justice and Social Diversity PAG has progressed cross-border work on hate crime and community inclusion. PSNI and Garda Síochána have continued the cross-border cooperation in conjunction with the Rio Ferdinand Foundation and have worked closely with the Traveller Mediation Service in border areas. The PAG continues to share learning on engagement with ethnic minorities and with the LGBTQ+ community. The meeting also received an update on the work of the Joint Agency Task Force, which, as members will be aware, was instituted under the Fresh Start Agreement and is led by senior officers from PSNI, Garda Síochána and HMRC and the Irish Revenue Commissioners. The Strategic Oversight Group is obliged to provide a summary report to each IGA ministerial meeting. The most recent update covered the 17th and 18th reports spanning April 2024 to March 2025. There continues to be high levels of cooperation and operational activity across the 6 priority areas: rural crime, drugs, financial crime, human trafficking, excise fraud and organised immigration crime. Notably, joint efforts have continued to target mobile organised crime gangs, resulting in the recovery of stolen property, drug seizures and burglary detections. A dedicated cross-border day of action on the 6th of March 2025 yielded positive operational results for both police services. Cross-border referral systems for trafficking cases, often from an early stage, have proven effective, particularly in relation to children. I want to acknowledge the task force's ongoing work in tackling threats in these priority areas. It's evident from the recent reports that the Joint Agency Task Force continues to be a highly effective model for tackling cross-border organised crime, with strong practical and strategic collaboration between law enforcement agencies delivering tangible results. Significant seizures of counterfeit cigarettes, illicit alcohol and the dismantling of fuel laundering operations highlight the ongoing work by HMRC and the Irish Revenue Commissioners. Meanwhile, close collaboration between the PSNI and the Garda National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau has resulted in high-profile drug seizures exceeding £20 million at airports and seaports. The task force has demonstrated its ability to disrupt organised criminality through intelligence-led enforcement and coordinated operations. Progress has also been made on financial crime, with long-running investigations advancing asset seizure and recovery. These cases often involve complex civil and criminal litigation. The task force continues to prove itself as an effective vehicle for real-time intelligence sharing and enforcement coordination. Supporting this level of cooperation remains a priority, and I'm pleased to update members on its continued success. The IGA is an important forum, and the ongoing contribution of those involved is invaluable to ensuring progress across a broad range of issues, which in turn continues to improve justice outcomes across this island.
Thank you, Minister. I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, in relation to the often cross-border nature of clerical abuse, did you mention with or discuss with the Minister for Justice in the South the possibility of holding and convening a public inquiry into clerical abuse?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the question, and it is something that I know we have discussed as an executive in terms of what learning we can take from the investigations which have been developed in the South. However, it is not a Justice Department lead in terms of clerical abuse. It is the Executive Office who lead on that particular matter for the Executive. So I have not directly raised it with my counterpart, but I know that the Executive Office are in constant contact with their counterparts in the South to ensure that there is a joined-up approach and that learning on one side will be carried through in terms of our response as an Executive.
Thank you, Minister. I call Joanne Bunting, Chairperson of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. It's clear that good work is being done, and that should ensure that past mistakes of criminals fleeing across the border to sanctuary is no longer happening, and that the border is no longer a hindrance for law enforcement. Given the nature of crime, it makes sense that there would be shared learning and practical cooperation with the South. But will the Minister outline why she is seeking to, in her words, align the victim and witness charters with the Republic rather than the UK?
Minister.
Well, I mean, it's not either or. What we are trying to do is get the best outcome for victims and witnesses across the board. So in this particular statement, I'm focused on the meeting that we had through the IGA. It is important that there is a consistent approach. People will often, as those of you who were involved in the passage of the Justice Bill, will often become victims or witnesses because of crime that has a cross-border element, particularly those who live in border communities. And so it is important that the support that is there for them, irrespective of where they might seek that support, is reasonably consistent. And I think that that's an important point to make. However, we do also clearly work with our colleagues in the Home Office. Indeed, I met recently with Minister Jess Phillips, who's the Safeguarding Minister, to discuss with her how we can ensure that the standards that apply, for example, in England, also inform our discussion. So I don't think it has to be a choice between the two. I think what we can do is try to get the best possible outcome for victims and witnesses, and that means being able to share and collaborate irrespective of borders.
Thank you. I call Deirdre Hargey.
Minister, so far for your statement. Minister, in the statement it talks about the element of criminal justice and social diversity work, and obviously cross-border work being progressed around hate crime and community inclusion. I suppose just on the back of racist attacks over the last few weeks and indeed over the last year as well, and with online misinformation encouraging some of those incidents, just what work exactly is being progressed in this area in terms of that cross-border collaboration? And did both ministers discuss social media companies and what more can be done to bring enforcement action if they don't take action around misinformation? Thank
Minister.
You.
Well, under the auspices of the IGA, there are a restricted number of work streams, and obviously because telecommunications is a reserved matter, that does not form one of them. However, when we've been talking about the wider issues about integration in the community, we have of course touched on the influence of social media in terms of people's attitudes and behaviours, though in Northern Ireland we have quite limited powers when it comes to any change to the law. We do, of course, operate within the Home Office structures for dealing with the social media companies, and it is an issue. I mean, Minister O'Callaghan, actually outside of the IGA structure itself, was in touch with me last week, again concerned about what he would see, but also concerned about the potential for people either to travel to be part of disturbances or to be involved in disturbances in one jurisdiction and still manage to travel to be involved in later disturbances in other jurisdictions. It's also something that the PSNI have been liaising very closely with An Garda Síochána about, because clearly when these things are being trailed on social media, and indeed when some young people are finding that their posts around violence are being monetised by some of the platforms, there is an incentive there for people to get involved, and it is, I think, important that we track that and monitor that behaviour in order that we can try to do work in the prevention space rather than simply the response space.
Thank you. I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Minister. Can I ask if you could outline some of the specific successes of the Joint Agency Task Force in 2024-25?
I already mentioned, obviously, the Joint Agency Task Force continues to demonstrate really effective collaboration by the various law enforcement agencies. Over the reporting period, there were multiple joint operations with successful outcomes. So a few examples would be the real-time collaboration between law enforcement on both sides of the border, which led to successful operations and investigations in relation to drug seizures, for example. So in October 2024, a large quantity of cannabis was recovered following an operation in Dublin, with an estimated value of $8.5 million. 4 individuals were able to be arrested and charged as a result. In March 2025, following searches conducted near Belfast, £6.5 million worth of drugs were seized and 1 individual arrested. And there have been many more successes of that kind. Also in December 2024, there was an increased focus on targeting cross-border organised retail crime in the run-up to Christmas. Both police services ran organised retail crime operations which were incorporated into their Christmas road safety campaigns. And then on the 6th of March, there was a dedicated cross-border day of action forming part of a wider joint agency task force operation tackling cross-jurisdictional criminality in counties Louth and Armagh. That included high-visibility multi-agency checkpoints and resulted in multiple house searches and several arrests for drug-related offences, and drug quantities also being seized. There are other positive outcomes also in relation to human trafficking, illegal money lending, fraud, fuel smuggling and illicit cigarette manufacture. And I think it is really important to note too that in March we had over 200 delegates at a cross-border conference around organised crime, again showcasing the very close working relationships that are in place, but also the dedication of the JATF to keeping people safe.
Thank you, Minister. I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement, and cross-border collaboration is important. But I gave a member statement this morning about convicted murderer James Meehan, illegally at large in Ireland from a Northern Ireland prison with a Garda know where he is, the PSNI know where he is, but James Meehan is happily enjoying his life, going to the pub with no consequences at the minute. Can I ask the Minister, was there any discussion on cutting out this loophole which undermines our justice system?
First of all, I don't want to comment on any specific cases because I don't believe that's wise for me as Justice Minister to do so without having all of the information to hand. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, as I've already stated, under the auspices of the IGA, there are 6 work streams. But of course, I meet with the Minister on other occasions where we can surface these issues and have those discussions. And I'm more than happy to raise those issues with him when we routinely are in contact. It is important to say, however, that there are structures in place, and thankfully they weren't disrupted as they may have been with our changes in status with regard to the EU. In order to have people returned from one jurisdiction to another. So that does exist under the current agreements, but the issues when it comes to things like extradition are reserved matters and not matters for the Department of Justice in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. I call Danny Baker.
Minister, thank you for your statement. Regarding the cooperation and shared learnings between youth and justice services, can you give details and examples of the collaborative work taking place on the ground locally?
There are a number of bits of work that happen, particularly with our young people. So Youth Justice Agency on both sides of the border both share learning, but also have collaborative work streams involving young people in border communities, particularly in the Northwest. And so there's been quite a lot of collaboration with some of the work that's been done with young people in Donegal and then in Derry. So that's one of the pieces of work that they're doing. It's also about looking at our learning from our own experience in youth justice, and then how we can share that expertise on a cross-border basis to try to improve overall the outcomes for young people, but also to try and ensure that we can exit young people from the justice system as quickly as is possible and try to minimise their future contact with it. And that is a kind of shared objective, I guess, that both jurisdictions would have.
Thank you, Minister. I call Stephen Dunn.
Deputy Speaker, would the Minister join me in paying tribute, first of all, to Robin Maysfield, CBE, former Director General of the Northern Ireland Prison Service, who passed away, sadly, at the weekend. Just in relation to your statement in terms of human trafficking and people smuggling across the border, which is unfortunately still rising, what more do you think as Minister can be done in the time ahead?
Minister.
Well, I would absolutely join with you in paying tribute to Sir Robin Maysfield, who was the Director General of Prisons for a considerable period of time, and who passed away after an illness. And it is indeed very sad. Those who worked with him found him a person of huge thought and integrity, and somebody who was very much committed to ending reoffending, to rehabilitation within our prisons, but also primarily with the view of keeping people safe, which is always the overriding priority. In terms of victims and witnesses of human trafficking and exploitation and the cross-border nature of that crime, there have been a number of operations carried out that have been joint operations in order to disrupt cross-border criminal networks. Ultimately, when there are pipelines for illegal substances, those pipelines, the same pipelines and connections, will be used for all illegal substances. So one week it will be cigarettes, another week it will be something else. And ultimately people will be involved in those pipelines too, because the trafficking of human beings for the people who do it, they're just a commodity like any other commodity. There is no humanity behind it. So it is really important in terms of the work that is done that we are able to support victims and potential victims of trafficking and exploitation. So there is access to support from the Department of Justice in terms of those who have been identified as victims, and that's supported and provided through contact with Women's Aid and Migrant Help. In terms of the provision of support, that's obviously set out by the Home Office because this is a reserved matter, so we are delivery partners in this with the Home Office. But it is important to note that from our strategic group and from the IGA, that cross-border cooperation at the ground level in terms of police, revenue commissioners and others, as well as border force, is part of the overall package of work that gets done. We're not responsible for the immigration part of that because of its reserved nature, but we are responsible clearly for disrupting those organised crime networks which are undoubtedly involved in human trafficking and in human misery.
Thank you, Minister. I call Neil McAllister.
I thank the Minister for her answers so far, and I just want to ask the Minister to outline other projects that will be prioritised by the Stable Lives, Safer Streets Research Hub.
So the Hub is undertaking additional research projects which link very closely to the Youth Justice Agency's current corporate plan for 2025 to 28. That is research on the gendered experiences and pathways to justice contact for girls in Northern Ireland, which is due to be completed this summer and will inform the Youth Justice Agency's approach to supporting girls in the youth justice system. And also an evaluation of the Youth Justice Agency's Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services partnership, which is in the planning stage. Both those pieces of research, I think, will be of significant value to the Youth Justice Agency and come at no cost to the agency, as they're being delivered by the Hub using funding provided by the Shared Island Initiative. So essentially for us, it is a win-win situation to be engaged in that process.
Thank you, Minister. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, given how vital it is for all of us to collectively work together to end violence, abuse and harm suffered by women and girls in all our communities. I do welcome the support for the Victims Policy Advisory Group's focus on domestic violence and their interest in the Priority Change campaign. Can the Minister outline what further enhanced work and joint initiatives are being progressed with her ministerial counterpart to address gender-based violence across the island? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, there are a number of groups that undertake work in this particular space, as I said, but the one that is probably key is the Public Protection Group, and remains one of the most proactive groups under the IGA. So there's been work being done there in terms of sexual offender management training, risk assessment for females and transition perpetrators. Workshop was also being able to be accessed by both prisons, police and probation services on both sides of the border. We've also developed a new leadership programme, and that is to develop skills in this particular area, and there are 32 participants taking part in that. So I think those shared development goals are an important part of it, but then also as part of our the victims PAG, obviously we're looking at the improvement of services and also policies, particularly the Victims and Witnesses Charter, which, as you know, was very important in terms of those who have been affected by domestic and sexual violence and abuse. And then also we have been sharing our learning on the Child Sexual Offences Legal Advisor Scheme in terms of the impact that that might have, and obviously there's a lot of interest in the South about how they might apply for similar kind of measures within the court system there.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Given that the Justice Minister met with the Republic of Ireland's Migration Minister, can I ask what robust discussions were had in relation to the number of people arriving in Northern Ireland illegally via the Republic of Ireland, and was the Minister made aware of the number that are arriving via plane, disregarding their identification, and bused to Northern Ireland courtesy of the Republic of Ireland Government?
Well, if the member doesn't have those figures to hand himself, perhaps he should desist from making inflammatory statements about the significance of the issue, because I think it's really unhelpful to talk about people, any people in those terms. I met with the Justice Minister under the auspices of the IGA. The Justice Minister is my counterpart when it comes to justice matters. When it comes to migration, he is the counterpart of the Minister for the Home Office, or Yvette Cooper. He is not my counterpart when it comes to migration. The member can nod his head with respect all he wishes, but migration is a reserved matter to the mother of all parliaments, and I'm actually surprised that a unionist would be making any suggestion that it should be otherwise. It is not a devolved matter. It is a reserved matter. However, we are kept informed through the working between AGS and the PSNI and Border Force. We are kept informed as to the work that they're undertaking. But you will appreciate, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, even if others don't, that there is an operational element to this for which I am not accountable. And I understand that members find this very difficult. But the separation of powers between politics and operational justice is one of the foundations of a free democracy. And members who seek to encroach on that week on week in this chamber need to give their heads a wobble.
Okay. So I'm not adverse to people having a bit of back and forward, but I'm not going to knock on the head people shouting from Saturday positions. Okay. Linda Dillon.
Privilege can Corlia, and thank the Minister for answers so far. Minister, just in relation to the conversations around victims and witnesses, particularly around domestic abuse and sexual violence, were there any conversations around the giving of character references for those accused of these crimes, and maybe doing something to become more in line with what they do in the South, where people actually have to take the stand and therefore they're very aware of what that person has been accused of and the person for whom they're given a character reference?
Minister?
It's not a discussion that we had at this particular meeting of the IGA, but it is a discussion that I had at a previous meeting with the former Justice Minister, because obviously we are looking at what options are available for us in terms of tightening the rules around good character witness statements and evidence. So that's something that we've discussed in the past, but we didn't discuss at this particular meeting.
Morris Bradley.
Well, Deputy Speaker, and nice to see the Minister back in her place, and I hope she's feeling better. But can the Minister provide more details of what took place during the cross-border day of action on March 6 this year, and outline any positive operational results that this initiative has yielded for the PSNI, particularly in relation to the OMA victims?
Minister.
Well, the cross-border day of action was in relation, obviously, to the OMA inquiry, which is a separate matter. But it was in relation to the disruption of organised crime gangs. And as I set out in my statement, there were a number of drug seizures, there were a number of house searches that followed up from that day of action, and vehicle seizures which allowed both AGS and PSNI to recover significant quantities of material from those who were traversing the border during that joined-up action. I think the important thing from my perspective is that good cooperation can then lay the foundations for good cooperation at other levels, and I would hope that good cooperation will extend to the government when it comes to the OMA bombing inquiry, but clearly it's not directly related to the day of action. I have, however, taken the opportunity to raise, both with Jim O'Callaghan and with the Taoiseach and Taoiseach, the issue of the OMA bomb inquiry and the importance of their full and frank cooperation with that inquiry in order that the victims will have the truth and the clarity that they deserve.
Thank you, Minister. I call Peter McReynolds.
I thank the member for her answers today, or the Minister for her answers today. Minister, what engagement is taking place between your department and the Department of Justice in Ireland in regard to best practice support for victims and witnesses?
Well, there are a number of things. I mean, first of all, there is a project advisory group specifically for victims and witnesses, and that continues to engage very positively around learning and how we can better understand the needs and the interests of victims and witnesses through the system. There are some common challenges that we have in both jurisdictions, and so there are opportunities for us to learn from each other, and I think I've already mentioned things like the CSOLA, which we've introduced here, is something that there is real interest in taking that learning and perhaps replicating something similar in the South. We shouldn't always assume that it's for us to learn and for others to lead. Sometimes it can be the other way around. There's also been ongoing sharing of progress updates and emerging learning from implementation of the Gillen Review and the O'Malley Review, which happened around the same time, covering largely the same issues. In Northern Ireland, we have a panel of registered intermediaries, and the Intermediary Scheme Secretariat have assisted with the development of a similar scheme in the Republic of Ireland, and registered intermediaries continue to provide help and advice and job shadowing opportunities to their counterparts in the South, which again is an example of where we have been able to lead and then share that learning with others. And the last one is about the issue of disclosure around complainants' personal material, which we know has been particularly fraught. And my officials have been engaging with officials in the South about disclosure of that material within trial processes, as it's a live issue in both jurisdictions, and that's something that we're seeking to address in the Victims and Witnesses of Crime Bill, and enhanced protection of complainants' personal information and Article 8 rights balanced against the accused Article 6 rights via judicial oversight.
Thank you, Minister. I call Keith Buchanan.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for answers so far. Minister, in your statement you refer to support for victims, project advisory groups. My question relates, and you touched on it briefly with respect to the OMA inquiry. What conversations were had with respect to the Kings Mills case on disclosure of information more broadly and adequate cooperation?
We have no discussion about the Kings Mills case at this particular meeting, in that it is an update on progress that is being made for victims and witnesses of contemporary crime. And not dealing with legacy issues. Those legacy issues will generally be dealt with through either myself or other members of the executive engaging directly with the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach and with the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister, rather than through the auspices of the IGA. However, I have had the opportunity to discuss, as I said, with Minister O'Callaghan, the importance of every person who was affected by the Troubles, every victim, every survivor, being able to access truth and justice where that is available, but to know that there is no barrier by either government or by any other body to try to prevent them accessing that truth and justice.
Thank you, Minister. I call Timothy Gaston.
very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, last week the Daily Telegraph carried a story about Albanian gangs encouraging people to enter the UK illegally via the open border with the Republic. When are the PSNI going to be a physical presence on the border, like the Guards are, to prevent these crime gangs from exploiting this weakness in our security?
Minister.
Well, they already are on the border as a physical presence, but also that is supplemented by the work of Border Force, who are the UK agency that have responsibility particularly for migration crime. The role that the PSNI can play when they're working with AGS is to disrupt the organised crime networks that operate throughout these islands and are exploiting human misery, exploiting vulnerable individuals, engaging in human trafficking, and also engaging in modern-day slavery. I think the PSNI, as I pointed out, along with AGS, have already dealt with a number of issues of coercive and grooming behaviour and of trafficking. And I think it's important that they do so with the support of Border Force. This is an important issue that needs to be addressed so that those who have a right to come and seek asylum or seek refuge in Northern Ireland, those who have a right to come to Northern Ireland to seek work, are able to do so without being described as illegal, when very often that is simply not the case.
Okay, Minister, that concludes questions on the statement. The next item of business is the introduction of the Water, Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill, and I call on the Minister for the Economy, Caoimhe Archibald, on behalf of the Minister for Infrastructure, to move the first stage of the bill.
Move it.
Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to make provision for the regulation of water use, to provide for the regulation of sustainable drainage systems, to make provision in relation to flood prevention and remediation, to make provision in relation to communication with sewers and for connected purposes.
Thank you. So that constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Thank you. The next item of business is the introduction of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill. I call on the Minister for Finance to move the first stage.
Moved.
Clerk, could you please read a long title?
A bill to make provision for the establishment and functions of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council and for connected purposes.
So that concludes the bill's first stage and shall now be printed. The next item of business is the introduction of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. I call on the Minister of Finance to move the first stage.
Moved.
Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to make further provision with respect to the administration and financing of public services in Northern Ireland, in particular measures to provide powers to undertake certain activities, to enable charging for certain activities, and to modify arrangements for financial governance.
Thank you. So that constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. The next item of business is the introduction of the Insolvency Amendment Bill. I call on the Minister for the Economy to move the first stage of the bill. Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to amend the law relating to insolvency and for connected purposes.
So that constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Minister, you move in the Agriculture Bill? No. Okay. You don't need to. He's here. He's behind you. Okay. Excellent timing. So the next stage of business is the introduction of the, how do you say it? Dilapidation Bill. Good stuff. I call on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the Dilapidation Bill.
Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to confer functions on district councils in connection with the dilapidation of buildings and other land.
Thank you. So that constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. We're going to take our ease now, members, for a moment. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the draft Human Medicines Amendments relating to hub and spoke dispensing, etc. Regulations 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Health to move the motion.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. So I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you again, Principal Deputy Speaker. I am seeking the Assembly's approval to the making of this draft statutory instrument, which will amend both the Medicines Act of 1968 and the Human Medicines Regulations 2012, or the HMRs. These amendments aim to enable all community pharmacies to access hub and spoke dispensing of human medicines, should they so wish to do. Hub and spoke dispensing is a pharmacy model whereby some routine parts of the dispensing process, like assembling prescriptions, are done in a central hub pharmacy, while patient interactions and final supply occurs at the spoke pharmacies. This allows staff within the latter pharmacies to focus on the delivery of patient-centred services. Typically, there are many spoke pharmacies to one hub. The concept is that simple, routine aspects of assembling prescriptions can take place on a large scale in a hub that usually makes use of automated processes. Meanwhile, the relationship that patients have with their pharmacist continues at the spoke pharmacy. Under current legislation, the medicine dispensed in one pharmacy can only be sold or supplied by that pharmacy or another within the same legal entity. The proposed legislative amendments will enable pharmacies belonging to different legal entities to set up hub and spoke arrangements. This will unlock the hub and spoke dispensing model to smaller pharmacy businesses and level the playing field for all pharmacy businesses to avail of these models if they choose so to do. The legislation will also make it possible for dispensing doctors to act as a spoke, giving them access to the knowledge provided by pharmacists in the hub. Hub and spoke arrangements will not be mandatory, enabling all pharmacies to avail of hub and spoke dispensing arrangements, should they choose to do so, aligns with a strategic priority in my department's Community Pharmacy Strategic Plan 2030. This aims to modernise systems for safe and reliable supply of medicines and professional advice from community pharmacies. These legislative changes, along with the other changes, such as previous amendments to the Human Medicines Regulations, which provided flexibilities to pharmacists for dispensing of medicines in their original pack, will help community pharmacies to streamline how they manage dispensing workload and release capacity in pharmacy teams to undertake more patient-centred services that align with health and social care priorities. A UK-wide public consultation on the proposed legislative changes to the Medicines Act of 1968 and the HMRs ran from the 16th of March 2022 to the 8th of June the same year. The consultation included proposals on two different models of hub and spoke dispensing. Model 1 is where the patient presents a prescription to the spoke. The spoke sends the relevant information onto the hub so that they can carry out their agreed dispensing actions. The hub then returns these dispensed medicines back to the spoke, which may have further responsibilities to perform, such as providing advice on the medicine to the patient before ultimately supplying them to the patient. In Model 2, a similar pathway is followed, where a patient presents a prescription to the spoke, which is sent to the hub. After the hub assembles and prepares the medicine, the completed order is supplied directly to the patient. Responses to the consultation's proposals raised a number of significant concerns about Model 2. First, the potential it had to undermine the relationship between pharmacies and patient. 2, risks posed with the sharing of accountability for the supply of medicines. And 3, risks to patient safety. Following further re-engagement with key stakeholders, including the chief pharmaceutical officers in the devolved administrations and community pharmacy representative organisations, the UK Government is now proposing to proceed with introducing hub and spoke reforms with some amendments taking account of these key stakeholder views. The revised proposals will mean the introduction of Model 1 only at this stage, with a view to introducing Model 2, subject to further public consultation, if there is sufficient stakeholder interest once Model 1 has bedded in. To ensure patient safety and in consideration of responses to the consultation, the legislation seeks to enhance the governance, the transparency and the accountability of participating pharmacies to patients through several measures. Firstly, both hub-and-spoke pharmacies will be mandated to enter into written arrangements with each other when adopting this dispensing model. This will be a comprehensive agreement of the responsibilities each pharmacy has for the shared dispensing process. Then the spoke must sell, supply or dispense the medicine to the patient, the hub having assembled or part-assembled it under these arrangements. Third, the dispensed medicine must be labelled with the spoke's name and address, plus the date on which the hub assembled or part-assembled the medicine, as well as standard information required on any dispensing label. Next, the sharing of patient data between the hub and spoke without the explicit consent of a patient is permitted through an information gateway. This gateway requires the spoke to display an appropriate notice to patients and staff at the spoke and the hub to maintain the confidentiality of the patient data. Finally, the spoke is required to display a notice both on their premises and or their internet presence, aiming to provide full transparency to patients. The legislation will not come into operation until the 1st of October of this year. This helps provide certainty to the sector and gives time for the Department to consult with community pharmacy representatives on any further requirements. They could include guidance or further legislative amendments that may be required to the terms of service and the contractual arrangements for community pharmacists as set out in the Pharmaceutical Services Regulations Northern Ireland 1997. Both hub and spoke pharmacies will operate as registered pharmacies under the regulatory oversight and standards of the Pharmaceutical Society of Northern Ireland, or PSNI, as they do currently. The timescale will also allow for the PSNI, working in tandem with the General Pharmaceutical Council in Great Britain, to consider how best to ensure that any additional professional guidance is available in time to support safe and compliant implementation of the potential new legal framework. I'm pleased to inform members that the Health Committee considered the policy intent of this statutory instrument at its meeting on the 28th of May this year, confirming they were content that the draft SI was laid in draft form at the Northern Ireland Assembly Business Office. Once the SI was laid in draft form, the committee considered it again at their meeting on the 12th of June and again indicated they were content. It is therefore with the committee's support, Principal Deputy Speaker, that I now bring this statutory instrument before the wider Assembly and its members today, and I therefore commend this motion to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Fulton McGuigan, Chairperson of the Health Committee.
And I welcome this opportunity to confirm, as the Minister has already said, the Health Committee's support for the motion. The legislation enables all community pharmacies and dispensing doctors to access hub and spoke dispensing should they wish to do so. As the Minister has outlined, under current legislation, a medicine dispensed in one pharmacy can only be sold or supplied by that pharmacy or another within the same legal identity. The regulations will remove barriers to help community pharmacies streamline how they manage dispensing workload and release capacity in their teams to undertake more patient-centred services. Department of Health officials briefed the committee on the draft SI on the 29th of May 2025. I think the Minister said the 28th, but it's the 29th of May, and provided details of the elements to be put in place to ensure accountability, governance and transparency for patients. The committee noted at that briefing that the consultation had ran on two different models. Model 1, where the medicines are returned assembled from the hub to the spoke pharmacy before supply to the patient, and Model 2, where the hub pharmacy supplies medicines directly to the patient. Responses from here in the North raised significant concerns to Model 2, including the potential to undermine the relationship between pharmacies and patients. Revised proposals mean the introduction of Model 1 only at this stage. Officials informed the committee that there would be a further public consultation before any introduction of Model 2. Officials also committed to working with community pharmacy on the next steps for implementation, and the Minister again has outlined how that will happen. At the meeting on the 29th of May 2025, the committee agreed it was content with the policy intent and on the 12th of June 2025, the Committee recommended that the draft statutory instrument be approved by the Assembly.
Thank you, Philip. I call Colin McGrath.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I've just raised very briefly just to welcome this and the impact it will have upon those in the community pharmacy sector to help streamline their work. We're all very aware and have been lobbied about the impact that community pharmacies have with its budgets. It's struggling with the amount of money that is being provided to the sector. There's a large amount of paperwork. There are a lot of practices that could be revised, and I know the Minister mentioned last week about prescriptions has been another way to help, but I think that just as this is one element to help the community pharmacy sector, we need to continue to help the sector to do all that we can. The best thing that we could do is to look at the model for paying for medication. There's a better model in Scotland. There are other models that are available, but it seems that the one that they're currently working for actually causes a lot of financial constraint on those community pharmacies. So as this is welcome, there's a long distance to go to help the sector, and I hope that the Minister will continue to do all that he can to help support our community pharmacy sector, which is often at the heart of our high streets and in all of our local communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. At their core, these regulations aim to deliver greater flexibility, efficiency and potentially allow for better allocation of clinical capacity within pharmacy services. By enabling medicine assembly to take place centrally in regulated specialised hubs, there is a reasonable expectation that pharmacists and community spoke pharmacies will have more time for direct patient care, medicines optimisation and preventative work. These areas are increasingly important as we seek to build multidisciplinary approaches to primary care, particularly with the Minister's plans to shift left. It is also important to recognise the vital role that community pharmacy plays in our healthcare system and the increasing pressures they continue to face. While I am hopeful that these measures will help to alleviate some of these pressures, it is essential that we continue to support the sector and to listen carefully to its concerns. Having engaged with the sector, I believe that the two options presented, the current model, Model 1, was the preferred option. During consultation, stakeholders in Northern Ireland expressed significant concerns with Model 2, which presented a hub-to-patient approach, removing the traditional community aspect from community pharmacy. While Model 1 is the more acceptable option, it is not without its challenges, and I therefore urge the Minister and the Department to undertake a full impact assessment of this model. I understand that currently these regulations are optional and the pharmacies are under no obligation to adopt them at this stage, but legitimate concerns remain from the community pharmacy sector. Should this approach become widespread, we should ensure that any system adopted is fair, robust and above all safe. I do want to make it clear that I believe we should welcome steps forward in improving aspects of our health service, and I do recognise the potential benefits of these proposals, but I am also mindful of the valid concerns that have been raised. If we move towards implementation, it is vitally important that we continue close engagements with the pharmacists, with CPNI and with the wider sector, and to give serious consideration to the issues they have raised. Currently, under the existing model, the responsible pharmacist at the spoke pharmacy has legal and professional responsibility for all medicines supplied to patients. In a hub and spoke model, however, that pharmacist may not have directly overseen or verified the assembly of the medicines at the hub. While the final checks will still be made at the spoke, separating assembly from supply introduces additional complexity in determining who is liable for a dispensing error if one should occur. These concerns were highlighted both by myself and by other members during the Health Committee scrutiny. In response, the Senior Principal Pharmaceutical Officer from the Department of Health confirmed that while legislation does not itself specify where the legal responsibility lies, it will rely on the contractual agreement between the hub and spoke parties. However, it is not yet clear how consistently or thoroughly these agreements will set out the responsibilities in practice, especially in cases where an error occurs during an assembly at the hub. This highlights the need for clear, detailed guidance to ensure that both hubs and spokes have shared understanding of their respective roles and responsibilities. The request for an impact assessment is something I feel is reasonable and important, and in order to inform the development of detailed guidance in collaboration with the sector, providing pharmacists with confidence that they can remain protected within a framework that reflects the operational realities of hub and spoke models. In particular, further clarification is needed on how contractual responsibilities will align with the continuing statutory obligations of the responsible pharmacist under existing regulation. In conclusion, my understanding is that Community Pharmacy is cautiously supportive of these measures and welcomes this model over the direct hub-to-patient model. The proposals offer an opportunity to modernise aspects of pharmaceutical practice while strengthening the clinical role of community pharmacy. While the regulations are being introduced as an optional basis, the concerns raised are valid and should be addressed. An impact assessment should be carried out to inform clear operational guidance, define lines of responsibility and accountability, and address potential operational challenges to ensure safe and effective implementation and to safeguard the continued safe supply of medicines by community pharmacy. If we can get this right, and we can deliver innovation and support for a sector that is desperately in need, but only by working in partnership with the community pharmacy and ensuring robust protections are firmly in place. It now falls to the Department to provide clear guidance and safeguards that will give pharmacists the confidence to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Donny. Our next speaker is the Minister for Health to conclude and wind on the debate. Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. I also want to thank the Chair and the Deputy Chair of the Committee and Mr McGrath for his comments. In this current challenging healthcare climate, all policy options that improve efficiency and potentially increase the level of service to patients are to be welcomed. And I believe these legislative amendments will ensure that local pharmacies will continue to have access to the same commercial model, and I stress commercial model, as counterparts in England, Scotland and Wales. Mr Donnelly talked of shifting left, Mr McGrath talked about the importance of community pharmacists. If we are to achieve the shift left, in my vision, it's not just about GP surgeries. Community pharmacies will have a key role to play, and I am very keen that we have a new funding model that will enable the shift left, because you can't do it without a new funding model. So the underpinning rationale for enabling hub-and-spoke dispensing between different pharmacy businesses, should they choose to do so, is to allow for more efficient dispensing and the freeing up of pharmacists to provide more clinical services. And in turn, that could help alleviate pressures across an already stretched system. Just to finish, Principal Deputy Speaker, turning to the unexpected controversy of when the committee first dealt with this issue. I believe I said it was Thursday, May the 29th. The Chair seems to think it was Wednesday, May the 28th. I'm happy to give way if he wants to clarify.
The other way around. You said the 28th, I said the 29th.
My bad. It was Thursday the 29th. I beg your pardon. I commend the motion of the House, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Glad we cleared that up. Okay. So the question is that the draft human medicines amendments relating to the hub and spoke dispensing etc. regulations 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Crime and Policing Bill. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions of the Crime and Policing Bill, as introduced in the House of Commons on 25th of February 2025, dealing with an offence of cuckooing contained in Part 4, Clauses 32 to 34 and 35(2), 3 and 4c, and Part 3 of Schedule 5, an updated offence to deal with advice or guidance on creating child sexual abuse material contained in Part 5, Clause 37, management of sex offenders contained in Part 5, Clauses 59, 61 to 63, 65, 66(1), 67 and 68, and Schedule 9, administering harmful substances, including by spiking, contained in Part 7, Clause 73, encouraging or assisting serious self-harm, contained in Part 7, Clauses 74 and 75, electronic devices for use in vehicle offences, contained in Part 8, Clauses 78 and 79, proceeds of crime relating to confiscation, contained in Part 11, Clause 102(2) and Schedule 15, proceeds of civil recovery, costs and expenses, contained in Part 11, Clause 103, international law enforcement data sharing agreements contained in Part 15, Clauses 127, 128 and 129, and criminal liability of bodies and partnerships contained in Part 15, Clause 130.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister of Justice to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. So therefore, I call the Minister of Justice to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to move this motion and speak about the Crime and Policing Bill, which is currently progressing through Parliament. Before I outline the provisions for which I am seeking consent, it may be helpful for members if I briefly provide some background information. The bill was introduced in Parliament on February the 25th this year. The bill is wide-ranging and supports the delivery of the UK Government's Safer Streets mission to halve knife crime, violence against women and girls in a decade and increase public confidence in policing and the wider criminal justice system. It gives police further powers to tackle antisocial behaviour, crime and terrorism. It contains a mix of accepted and reserved matters, some of which apply or are extended to Northern Ireland, and some matters which are transferred and therefore require the Assembly's legislative consent. A number of these measures were included in the previous UK Government's Criminal Justice Bill, which fell in May last year with the calling of the general election. The bill has completed its passage through the House of Commons, with the bill being republished a number of times following the addition of amendments. However, members should note that the clause numbers contained in this motion relate to the bill as introduced on the 25th of February. There have been no amendments beyond the numbering to any of the measures for which I am seeking consent. On the 15th of May, the Executive agreed to a legislative consent motion being progressed. Since the introduction of the bill, my officials have provided oral and written briefings on the bill to the Committee for Justice. The Committee agreed, through its report to the Assembly, published on the 5th of June, to support the motion. I want to thank Executive colleagues and to members of the Committee for their scrutiny, support and timely consideration of this matter. Turning now to the 10 measures for which I am formally seeking the Assembly's legislative consent in the Crime and Policing Bill to extend to Northern Ireland, and they are as follows. The first measure introduces a new offence of cuckooing, whereby criminals take over the home of another person without their consent to use it for specified criminal activity if certain conditions are met. The creation of this offence will ensure there is a mechanism in which to prosecute those responsible for this despicable practice and the harm they cause. It will also improve identification and safeguarding of victims who no longer feel safe in their homes. The second measure makes provision relating to the possession of advice or guidance about creating child sexual abuse images, paedophile manuals as they're more commonly referred to, by amending the current offence of possession of a paedophile manual contained at Section 69 of the Serious Crime Act 2015. This offence criminalises possession of any item that involves advice or guidance about abusing children sexually, but explicitly excludes advice or guidance related to pseudo-images. The new provision will close a loophole in this offence by extending the definition of the current Section 69 offence to capture possession of guidance on producing AI-generated child sexual abuse material. The third measure relates to the management of sex offenders and aims to strengthen and streamline the current sex offender notification requirements contained at Part 2 of the Sexual Offences Act 2003. The requirements are more commonly referred to as the Sex Offenders Register and are automatically applied to offenders convicted of or cautioned for a specific sexual offence. They form an essential part of offender risk management and are considered as an invaluable tool for the police, in conjunction with the other public protection authorities, to manage the risk of sexual harm that an offender presents whilst in the community. Practically, they enable the authorities to know the whereabouts of relevant offenders, where they can respond to any matters arising as quickly as possible. The fourth measure introduces a new offence of spiking. The Government is repealing Sections 22 to 25 of the Offences Against the Person Act 1861 and replacing Sections 23 and 24 with a single administering a harmful substance offence, including by spiking. The aim is to increase public awareness that spiking behaviour is illegal and encourage victims to report those incidents to the police. The fifth measure provides for a new offence of encouraging or assisting serious self-harm. It replaces provision in the Online Safety Act 2023 with a broader offence to cover all means by which serious self-harm may be encouraged or assisted, including by any means of communication and in any other way. The sixth measure introduces new offences relating to electronic devices for use in vehicle theft. This criminalises the possession, importation, manufacture, adaptation, supply or offer to supply and possession of electronic devices such as signal jammers, signal amplifiers and devices used to access a vehicle's wiring system to commit a relevant offence such as stealing a vehicle, stealing anything in a vehicle or taking a vehicle without authority. The seventh measure sets out extensive reforms to the existing confiscation regime for the proceeds of crime under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, which aims to improve the process for making confiscation orders, ensure the fairness and transparency of the confiscation regime, and optimise the enforcement of confiscation orders. The eighth measure introduced cost protections in relation to proceeds of crime and civil proceedings for enforcement agencies. This mirrors the approach taken in the Economic Crime, Transparency and Enforcement Act 2022, which amended the Unexplained Wealth Order provisions. Measure number 9 relates to implementation of international law enforcement information sharing agreements. This is a future-proofing measure which ensures UK agencies can continue to share information with overseas partners to facilitate mutual assistance in criminal investigations. Finally, the 10th measure makes provision for criminal liability where a senior manager commits an offence whilst acting in the scope of their actual or apparent authority for all crimes, known as the Identification Doctrine Reform. This replaces the provisions in the Economic Crime Corporate Transparency Act 2023, which was limited to only economic crime. That's the summary of the measures for which I'm seeking legislative consent today. For completeness, members may also wish to note that the bill at introduction included at clause 95 a transferred provision to extend access to driving licensing information held by GB/DVLA to police and law enforcement agencies. Due to ongoing policy development with the Home Office, I am not seeking legislative consent for this provision at this stage. I will be bringing forward at least one further legislative consent motion in due course to cover measures which have been and are expected to be added subject to the approval of the Executive and Justice Committees. So that concludes, I suppose, the overview of the bill. As Minister of Justice, it is of course my preference to legislate for devolved matters through this Assembly. However, I am of the view that the extension of the provisions in my motion will ensure that there is consistency across the UK in tackling certain kinds of criminality. It also provides important safeguards for victims. We know that certain types of organised crime knows no boundaries and recognises none, and so should be handled consistently right across every jurisdiction. Utilising this Westminster Bill is the most efficient and expedient way to legislate for these matters and prevents the situation where Northern Ireland becomes a lacuna which would be attractive to organised crime. I hope the legislative consent motion will have the support of the House, and I look forward to listening to members as they contribute to the debate this afternoon.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Joanne Bunting, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. As you have outlined, I rise to speak on this motion as Chairman of the Committee for Justice and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The Minister has outlined the purpose and detail of the LCM, so I will focus on the Committee's approach to it. Having initially been advised by the Minister in January that His Majesty's Government intended to introduce the Crime and Policing Bill and that it was highly likely that she would be seeking the Committee's agreement to the laying of an LCM, we asked the Department to provide us with details of the measures in the bill that it had been informed or had anticipated would apply to Northern Ireland, including those for which legislative consent may be required. The Committee also requested a clear indication of the time frame for the bill's introduction. The Department responded, stating that as details of the bill had been shared with officials in confidence and were not yet in the public domain, it was unable to share any further information at that time. On the 26th of February, the Committee was informed by the Department that the bill had been introduced in Parliament the previous day. The Committee was asked whether we were content, in principle, for an LCM to be sought on the transferred matters that extend or apply to Northern Ireland. The Department advised that the current legislative programme means that it would not be possible to bring forward equivalent legislation via an Assembly bill before the next mandate at the earliest, and that any delay in legislating in the areas outlined by the Minister would create lacunas, as she has indicated this afternoon, thus leaving Northern Ireland more vulnerable to serious and economic crime. And it was therefore the Department's view that an LCM was the most timely, reasonable and proportionate way to proceed. At our meeting on the 27th of February, Committee members expressed concerns about the lack of engagement on the bill until that point. It was noted that although the Committee had been informed that the Department could not share certain information with it at that time, the Department had liaised with the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the PSNI on the bill. The Committee agreed to invite departmental officials to provide evidence and answer questions on the bill at our meeting of the 20th of March. A number of our questions were answered during the session, and we also sought follow-up information on a range of issues, including the Home Office Human Rights Memorandum, the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission advice, details of international law enforcement information sharing agreements, and who has access to the relevant databases, clarification of why the provisions apply only to the GB driving licence database, information on the consideration of the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child, or UNCRC, information on any potential costs to the PSNI of implementing the proposed new measures, details of penalties or sentences to be applied to any new offences, and information on any forthcoming regulations in relation to the LCM, including what procedure will be applied. The committee considered the Department's response at our meeting of the 1st of May, which included the advice that the Department had received from the NIHRC and provided the details requested in respect of new offences, regulations and information sharing agreements. The Department clarified that the provisions in the bill relate to information held under Part 3 of the Road Traffic Act, which does not apply to Northern Ireland. Those provisions in the bill therefore cannot apply to licences issued in Northern Ireland. The Department also set out its view that the provisions in the bill relating to registered sex offenders, RSOs, and amendments to the paedophile manual will increase protections for children and are therefore in line with UNCRC. The committee engaged further with the Department on matters relating to the notification requirements for the management of sex offenders, access to the DVLA database, and on clarification of whether the reference to encouraging or assisting serious self-harm extended to suicide. We also sought information from the PSNI in relation to the parameters or guidelines that will be put in place for the powers for the police to initiate the removal of an RSO from the requirement for indefinite notification, that is, removing them from the sex offenders register. The Department and the PSNI's responses both advised that the procedures and criteria that will be applied by police when initiating the removal of an RSO will mirror those already in place to manage requests for removal from the register made by an RSO themselves. The Department's response clarified that it's already an offence under existing legislation to commit an act capable of encouraging or assisting another person to take or to attempt to take their own life. The Department also informed the committee that at that stage, due to ongoing policy development, consent was not being sought on clause 95 of the bill relating to GB driving licence databases. A further evidence session with Department officials was held on the 29th of May, and during that session the officials responded to further queries from members about the removal of RSOs from the sex offenders register. The officials also outlined the implications should legislative consent not be approved for the provisions outlined in the LCM. Having considered the written and oral evidence received, the committee agreed on the 29th of May that it was content with the proposal to extend the provisions in the Crime and Policing Bill to Northern Ireland by way of a legislative consent motion. Turning to my comments as the Justice spokesperson for the DUP. Of course, we welcome any good legislation that closes gaps and strengthens the hand of law enforcement. We welcome the new offence of cuckooing, and it is important that there is legislation in place to deal with this rising crime, which is already happening in Northern Ireland. It's entirely wrong that homes, including of the vulnerable and indeed the elderly, are being exploited in this manner. We're delighted to see additional powers against those who would seek to encourage and educate others with regard to child sexual exploitation images and use AI for such sinister and depraved purposes. Following a visit to the National Crime Agency as a member of the Policing Board, I'm aware of the difficulties that currently exist when such images of abuse are now discovered, because of course, as a result of technological advancement, the first thing enforcement must establish is whether the child in question is real or in fact a generated image. Time spent on this is essentially time lost in potentially saving a child. So this law, ensuring that these two are an offence, must be welcomed by all right-thinking people and is another step towards the law keeping pace with crime. In the course of committee scrutiny on this LCM, we sought several reassurances around various matters relating to registered sex offenders to ensure that the community protections were not diminished, and also around the self-harm offences, as I outlined earlier, which could also be used by those with sinister ends. However, the irony is not lost on us on this side of the House that the Mother of Parliament wishes to enhance the offence of encouraging or assisting self-harm, whilst also, deeply regrettably and shamefully, passing far-reaching legislation on the ending of life through abortion and assisted dying legislation. I would reiterate that we in the DUP value life and cherish its sanctity and dignity at every stage. In a previous debate in this place, we discussed the impact and extent of spiking, particularly on young women. To see a standalone and modernised offence is also a step forward. Overall, we in the DUP welcome this LCM and the strengthening it affords regarding various offences. We support it and commend it to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Justin McNulty.
I rise today to support the legislative consent motion on crime and policing. As a member of the Justice Committee and as the SDLP spokesperson on justice, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to a legislative framework that better protects our communities. The SDLP welcomes the provisions within this LCM, provisions that are timely, necessary and responsive to the real-world harms that individuals and communities are facing. Notably, the introduction of a specific offence of spiking is very positive. This reflects the growing concern, particularly amongst young people, around personal safety in nightlife and social settings, and it's something that my party colleagues Cara Hunter, Sinead McLaughlin and Councillor Derry Finn have been complaining and campaigning on for some time now. It's also a shame that it has not been introduced sooner by this executive. I also want to highlight the introduction of a new offence of cuckooing, a deeply exploitative practice where criminals take over the home of a vulnerable person to facilitate drug dealing or other illegal activity. This is a growing and deeply damaging tactic used by organised crime groups, and the recognition of it in law is both overdue and welcome. I am satisfied that provisions within this LCM will have a positive impact in the North. It is, however, important to note that the Chief Constable has repeatedly highlighted his serious concerns about officer numbers and overall funding for the police. We have the disturbing figures today of only 70% of the police force being from a Catholic nationalist background. What's going on? Given the new offences and wider ramifications of this LCM, I would call on the Minister of Justice to ensure that the policing service is given sufficient resources to facilitate these new provisions to ensure that they have the desired impact.
Could I ask you to return to the matter of this debate, please? Sorry for interrupting you, it's just that's procedure. Okay, I appreciate that. I call Deirdre Hargay.
Thanks to the Minister as well, who obviously gave an outline in terms of what's included in the LCM today, and also to the Chair, Joanne as well, who I suppose gave a breakdown of the scrutiny that the committee tried to apply with the time frame that we had. And obviously, as other members have highlighted, this does create a number of new offences which the LCM is being sought for, particularly around the cocoon offence, guidance around child sex abuse, greater provisions to strengthen the notification requirements around sex offenders and the register, and of course the new spiking offence being created as well. And it was just to say that the committee did look at these issues. We obviously, as part of our deliberations, looked at engaging the Human Rights Commission just to get a local understanding of what the provisions would mean, and indeed also there were subsequent questions for the PSNI in terms of the implementation of the provisions once the bill passes through Westminster. Of course, I think it is also important to put on record, as we did in the committee report, that there are quite a number of areas within this legislation that are reserved or expected matters, which this Assembly has no oversight over. We don't have the ability to properly scrutinise, and indeed the Human Rights Commission here as well has also raised concerns in terms of those expected matters. So again, I just want to use the opportunity to put that concern on the public record. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Connie Egan, please.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm rising today to put some short remarks on the record regarding the principle of extending the crime and policing bill to Northern Ireland through the means of this legislative consent motion. There are a broad range of devolved matters contained within this bill that will play a key role in ensuring public order and enabling a deeper safety across our communities. Due to the constricted length of this mandate and its shorter accompanying legislative programme, this bill provides a key opportunity for the Minister and her department to bring progress and provide additional protection for vulnerable people. This includes the integral creation of offences to protect our children and young people through the criminalisation and possession of advice or guidance about creating child sex abuse images. Many across this House know a particular focus of mine lies with how we can work across government to tackle violence against women and girls. In that vein, it would be remiss of me not to draw attention to the opportunity that this has created for the Minister to deliver a new standalone offence on spiking, of which women and girls make up the majority of victims. Spiking is truly an abhorrent act. Many of us across this chamber will know someone who has experienced this atrocious crime. Yet at the same time, research from DrinkAware shows that 90% of drink spiking incidents across the UK go unreported. Alliance is committed to supporting all victims of crime, and the creation of this offence will help reverse this underreporting and act as a powerful deterrent for those who seek to take advantage of others. The clarity this offence brings can help us improve police data collection and increase our understanding of the prevalence of spiking in our clubs, bars, nightlife, and even in our homes. This understanding means that we can better tackle its use and protect victims. The powers contained within this bill will allow the better protection of all our constituents, giving additional tools to police and to deal with the outworkings and detection of crime. I hope all across this chamber will join Alliance in passing this LCM. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker will be the Minister for Justice to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to all of the members who contributed to the debate today, and particular thanks to the Chair and Vice Chair of the committee who oversaw the scrutiny of that. I just want to turn to some of the points that have been raised by members during the debate, which was, I think, very constructive. To be clear, that any engagement we may have had with others, including the PSNI or Human Rights Commission, would have been in the same broad terms as the committee. Unfortunately, we cannot share the detail of the content of legislation until it's published in Westminster. That's the same courtesy that we would expect to be shown to this House, but also there is the issue that things were being added at the last minute of which we would not have been aware, and therefore the committee may well have found itself frustrated that we would have been briefing that something was in which was out, or out that was in. So there is a challenge in that regard, which is why, of course, it would always be my first preference to bring forward the legislation here ourselves, because it allows us more detailed scrutiny. However, I think that this was a very valuable opportunity for us to update the measures, and I think, as the committee chair said, I think it is important that we take a robust stance on these issues. Many of the criminal offences being looked at here are dealing with some of the most vulnerable victims that we will have to deal with, whether that is cuckooing, whether it is child sexual abuse, or whether it is sexual offenders more generally. And so it is important that we keep pace, not just with technology, but also with what is happening more widely in the criminal space. I also want to thank members who highlighted the issue with regard to the indefinite notification requirements. The benefit of that provision, and it I think sort of answers partly Mr McNulty's point, is that it will allow the PSNI to look at the lowest risk of offenders and to the lowest category risk. And where they feel that that risk is no longer valid, then they will be able to remove them from the register. That allows them to put their scarce resources on those who are the highest risk offenders. And I think it is important that this is always about balancing out proportionally where those resources have to go. And we would all want those high risk offenders to be the subject of increased scrutiny, and this will allow the opportunity to do that under an own motion process. There is already a process whereby the offender themselves can ask to be removed from the register, but this will allow the PSNI to initiate a review if they feel that it is appropriate to do so. However, to be clear, it will only apply to Category 1 sex offenders, so those who are the lowest risk category, and it will only be removed in those cases where all of the partners are content that the risk is mitigated in other ways. In terms of the issue of spiking, which is one that I know members have a particular interest in, the new clause, I think, has a potential to improve police data collection and again a better understanding of the prevalence of spiking. And a number of members, including my colleague Connie Aiken, spoke about the fact that we do know that this is an underreported crime. Embarrassment, fear of not being believed, the assumption that if there isn't a specific offence to deal with it won't be dealt with by the courts. And all of those things together can actually dissuade people from coming forward and reporting. I think that the opportunity that we have through this legislation is to raise public awareness, to deter individuals from engaging in the criminal offence, and providing a platform to allow meaningful data to be collated and allow strategic and developmental planning to address that behaviour in the future. There is currently no substantive data that will tell us the prevalence of spiking, and given the very broad nature of the existing offences, it's very hard to measure that. So we don't have specific data on spiking, but this will allow us to capture that. I'm not sure I fully understood Mr McNulty's point about the executive not doing this. I mean, bottom line is we are doing it. We're doing it today via this LCM, and we are doing it in the most expeditious manner possible, which I think is what everybody would want us to do, so that this will actually be available to people in Northern Ireland at the earliest opportunity. I hope I've laid out in both my introductory remarks and also in my response to members' queries. The provisions in this bill will not only strengthen the ability of our law enforcement agencies and the courts to tackle serious and organised crime, but also ensure that we do not fall behind the rest of the UK in our response to these issues. And therefore, I want to take the opportunity to commend this motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions of the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill as amended in the House of Commons on 19th of March 2025, dealing with sharing of information, sharing of trailer data by DVLA contained in Part 1, Clauses 30 to 33, offences relating to articles for use in serious crime, contained in Part 3, Clause 45 to 47, breach of an interim serious crime preventions order in non-terrorist cases, contained in Part 3, Clause 49, and validation of fees charged in relation to qualifications, Clause 53, in respect of the Department of Education's England, UK, ENIC services, insofar as they relate to education, of the Bill.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister for Justice to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so I call the Minister of Justice to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to move this motion and speak about the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill, which is currently progressing through Parliament. The bill was introduced in Westminster on the 30th of January 2025. The overall intention of the bill is to create a framework of new, enhanced powers and offences to improve UK border security and to strengthen the asylum and immigration system. The bill also contains various measures that will strengthen the ability of law enforcement agencies and the courts to tackle serious and organised crime. The bill as a whole contains a mix of accepted and reserved measures, some of which apply or are extended to Northern Ireland, but there are also 4 matters which are transferred and therefore require legislative consent. In the interest of transparency, members will wish to note that as part of the parliamentary process, 2 revised versions of the bill have been published since its introduction. This means that some of the clause numbers have changed. Indeed, as the bill is currently at the House of Lords committee stage, I imagine a further revised version of the bill will soon be published. Today, I will refer to the clause numbers as set out in the memorandum and motion. These relate to the bill as amended in the House of Commons on the 19th of March 2025. I should emphasise that whilst revised versions of the bill have been published, there have been no amendments to any of the measures which require legislative consent today. They remain unchanged apart from the clause numbers. I also want to highlight that the majority of the measures contained in the bill do not relate to my department, and I have not been consulted or engaged on these measures. I am aware that the Home Office Minister wrote to the First and Deputy First Minister, but I have not been cited on that correspondence. However, I understand that none of the measures which are of the wider interest to the Executive Office require legislative consent. My interest today is in relation to 3 measures which require legislative consent and that fall within the remit of the Department of Justice, and to 1 further measure which falls to the Department for Economy. In the interest of expediency and effective utilisation of Assembly time, it was agreed that I would bring a single LCM in the Assembly on behalf of both the Department of Justice and the Department for the Economy. I am therefore pleased to be able to lead this joint motion. Turning to the matters which engage the legislative consent process in the bill, I will now provide an overview of the measures for which I seek the Assembly's legislative consent. The first measure establishes a framework allowing the Secretary of State for Transport, through the GB Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency, to share trailer registration information with specific government bodies, including police. It authorises the Secretary of State for Transport to supply trailer registration information to the Home Office and designated law enforcement bodies, including UK Police Forces, HM Revenue and Customs and the National Crime Agency. It also sets out how information shared under the legislation can be passed on by recipients like the Home Office or authorised policing personnel, allowing further disclosure to other public functionaries in the UK or abroad for specified purposes related to policing, criminal investigations, law enforcement purposes and safeguarding national security. The draft legislation ensures that these provisions do not override data protection or investigatory powers laws and clarifies definitions, including who qualifies as an authorised person or officer, and empowers the Secretary of State to define specific policing purposes through regulations after consulting the relevant stakeholders such as police representatives, Scottish ministers and the Department of Justice. The second is a measure to create 2 new criminal offences relating to articles for use in serious crime. That includes possession of a specified article that will be used in connection with a serious offence, and also importing, manufacturing, adapting, supplying or offering to supply a specified article where there are reasonable grounds to suspect the article will be used in any serious offence. The specified articles are defined in the legislation and include vehicle concealments used to transport illicit goods, templates for 3D printed firearms components, an encapsulator which is used to fake drugs and tablets, and tablet presses, again used in the supply of illegal drugs. A serious offence is defined as one which is specified in Part 2 of Schedule A of the Serious Crime Act 2007. The associated penalty on summary conviction is to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or a fine not exceeding the statutory minimum, or on conviction on indictment to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, a fine, or both. The legislation includes a delegated power to allow the Secretary of State to amend the list of specified articles via secondary legislation. There is a requirement to consult the Department of Justice before doing so. Any changes must be considered by Parliament. It also amends the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 by adding the offences to the criminal lifestyle offences at Schedule 5. The third measure extends the offence of a breach of an interim serious crime prevention order. The extension of this measure to all jurisdictions of the UK is to maintain the integrity of the offence and ensure enforcement. It is the only offence of a breach itself that engages legislative consent. The associated penalty is, on summary conviction, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or to a fine not exceeding the statutory maximum, or to both, or on conviction on indictment, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or to a fine, or to both. The final measure falls to the Department for the Economy. This clause deals with the validation of fees charged for the UK ENIC service. The UK ENIC service is the UK National Information Centre for the Recognition and Evaluation of International Qualifications and is used by the Department of Economy's Career Service. That concludes the overview of the bill. As Minister of Justice, it is of course my preference always to legislate for devolved matters through the Assembly. However, members will appreciate, specifically with the justice measures, the very serious nature of the criminality these clauses aim to deal with. I am hopeful that you agree that in this instance, the extension of the Westminster Bill to Northern Ireland via legislative consent is the most efficient and expedient way to legislate for the matters before the House today. I hope that this legislative consent motion will have your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Joanne Bunting, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Again, I rise as Chairman of the Committee for Justice with the same declarations as previously. Once more, the Minister has already outlined the purpose and detail of the LCM, so I will again focus on the Committee's approach and indeed the process around this particular LCM. At its meeting on the 1st of May this year, the committee considered a written paper from the Department of Justice advising of the bill's introduction and outlining the provisions for which legislative consent would be required. The Department's paper also advised that, as the legislative consent motion and memorandum could not be laid within the time frame required by standing orders, it was the Department's intention to lay a memorandum under Standing Order 42A 4B in order to ensure that all Assembly members were aware of the bill. The paper further advised that the motion and memorandum seeking consent would be laid in due course, subject to executive agreement and the views of the committee. The committee agreed to request an oral evidence session with departmental officials to discuss the proposal, which was subsequently scheduled for the 29th of May. A memorandum dated the 13th of May, advising that consent was not being sought, was laid by the Department on the 14th of May, and that memorandum stated, "It is the view of the Department that further time is needed to fully engage with partners, the Executive and the Justice Committee. Following this engagement, it is the intention of the Minister to bring forward a legislative consent motion and memorandum." However, the legislative consent memorandum and motion seeking consent was laid under Standing Order 42A 4A the very next day, before any engagement with the committee took place. Apologies, any further engagement with the committee took place. At the committee meeting then on the 29th of May, departmental officials explained that a memorandum not seeking consent should have been laid under Standing Order 42A 4B around the time that the committee received the initial briefing on the 23rd of April, and so it was laid later than intended in what officials described as an administrative error. Nevertheless, the clock started on the process before the committee had received its oral briefing. Hence, committee members expressed frustration with the time available to scrutinise the LCM. Officials advised that the initial engagement from Westminster had been with the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister, and that the bill had moved through its stages in Westminster at pace, making this legislative consent process particularly challenging. Ultimately, the committee was informed that the Department did not want to risk bringing forward an LCM when it did, as it was concerned that the bill may complete its passage and gain royal assent before the summer recess period at Westminster. Committee members, understandably concerned about the process around this LCM, questioned officials about whether they had had sufficient time to consult with partners as necessary on the provision for which legislative consent was being sought. The officials advised that the Department had been able to work through all the points that had been raised and that it was content to proceed with the LCM. Members also asked officials about the input of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and whether its views on the compliance of clauses 30 to 33 with Article 2 of the Windsor Framework were similar to those outlined in the Government's Human Rights Memorandum. The committee was advised that, as recommended by NIHRC, the Department had sought an expanded memorandum from the Home Office, with the latter confirming that it had conducted its own Article 2 analysis and was content that there was no diminution of rights. The committee was further advised that the Department had shared this information with the HRC, which had nothing further to add at that time. A written paper from the Department stated that determining compatibility with Article 2 would also depend on an assessment of the regulations to be made under Clause 32(8). The committee questioned the officials on whether the Department or the Assembly will have a role in considering the regulations, and was advised that the Secretary of State for Transport will have the power to make the regulations, and while there is no role for the Assembly, the Department of Justice would be consulted on them. Mr Speaker, I am aware that the Department wrote to the committee on Friday to advise of an amendment to Clause 33(9, which will fall into the scope of this LCM. While it was circulated to members in advance of today's debate, the committee obviously has not yet had the opportunity to consider that correspondence, and I therefore cannot speak on its behalf. I do note, however, that the Department has advised that the Minister is satisfied that the amendment will strengthen the clause to make it explicit that the Secretary of State must consult with the DOJ before making regulations. Returning to the oral evidence session on the 29th of May, the committee also asked questions regarding the reversal of the evidential burden of proof in relation to articles used in serious crime. Officials advised that the articles in question would rarely be used in everyday business. A pill press, for example, is not an item a person would usually have, and its primary purpose is likely to be associated with criminal activity. A defendant caught with such an item would not be required to prove innocence, but instead to provide a plausible explanation as to why they had it. If they were able to do so, the burden of proof would revert to the prosecution. The Department therefore considered this measure to be proportionate in relation to the offences. Finally, the Committee also asked the Committee for the Economy for its views on the provisions that will fall under the remit of the Department for the Economy, which relate to the validation of fees charged in relation to qualifications. The Committee for the Economy advised that as there will be no material change to the UK European National Information Centre services, it was content with the request for legislative consent for that provision. In conclusion, following consideration of the LCM laid before the Assembly on the 15th of May and the evidence received at the meeting on the 29th of May, the Committee agreed it was content with the proposal to extend the provisions in the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill to Northern Ireland by way of a legislative consent motion. As the DUP's Justice spokesperson, and noting that primarily the aspects for which the Department is seeking consent relate to serious and organised crime, including measures likely relating to potential trafficking, smuggling, production of drugs or components for weapons, we are content to support these measures and the LCM before the House today. Thank you.
Justin McNulty.
As a member of the Committee for Justice and as the SDLP spokesperson on justice, I rise to support this legislative consent motion on border security and immigration. This LCM relates to provisions that will strengthen operational cooperation in addressing issues such as trafficking, illegal migration, organised crime, and it seeks to equip our justice partners with the necessary tools while maintaining appropriate safeguards and oversight, and recognises that effective cooperation between agencies is vital in tackling exploitation, trafficking and cross-border criminality. But I also want to take the opportunity to underline something equally important in the wider context of the bill. The way we talk about these issues matters. We must be careful to avoid sensationalism or language that dehumanises individuals. I've been deeply concerned by some of the language and the deliberate spreading of misinformation and misleading of people that I have witnessed from lead political parties in the executive in recent weeks. This is not about vulnerable people fleeing conflict. This is about tackling criminals who profit off exploiting these vulnerable people.
Actually, if the member would actually get back to what's on the LCM as opposed to what he's talking about at the minute.
Border security and immigration are complex and sensitive topics that affect real people, often in incredibly vulnerable circumstances. And while content to support the LCM, the SDLP believes it is essential that we approach these matters with a sense of balance, responsibility, sensitivity and respect.
Connie Egan. Okay.
Thanks very much, and again thanks to the Minister for bringing this LCM, and again the Chair of the Committee outlined, I suppose, the in-depth scrutiny that we tried to do with the devolved provisions pertaining to the LCM at the Committee, and obviously tried to engage the Human Rights Commission advice and others as well. And obviously there's a number of devolved aspects that are coming forward, which the Minister and the Chair had outlined. There's obviously the subsequent regulation and amendments that have come forward that we're still engaging, and I suppose I know it says that the Minister has highlighted that this will enhance protections around engaging DOJ, but I suppose the clauses 30 to 33, if it does pertain to DVLA, what engagement there will be with the Infrastructure Minister, because that's a concern that we had raised as well. So I know the Committee will look at this in more detail at Thursday's Committee meeting. Again, I just want to put on public record and to highlight that obviously there's a range of expected matters which don't fall under the control of this Assembly, and obviously when you look at where this bill had initially come from in terms of the Tory party in Britain, in terms of the Rwanda policy which is proposed to be repealed in those reserved matters of the legislation as well. We do know the key aspects of the reserved matters are draconian in nature, and we would have concerns in terms of the human rights implications of those. So again, it is just to highlight, whilst the LCM process is welcomed, there are huge swathes of this legislation that will have an impact here, but that this Assembly does not have the proper scrutiny and oversight, and we can't feed into those expected matters. Indeed, we also know through the deliberations at the committee that the Human Rights Commission here had raised concerns, particularly around the compliance of Article 2 of the Windsor Framework, and we know at that point that they were going to publish further information and a further detailed report on that aspect of the work. I know, in fairness, they had engaged the department. The department had made representations to the Home Office, who said that they, under their own human rights deliberations, that they feel that there is nowhere else to go in that matter, but we would still have concerns around that area of work, and particularly in terms of the impact on the Windsor Framework and on Article 2. So I just want to put that on the record. Again, we also highlighted as a committee and indeed as a party just the concerns in terms of the pace of this bill. I know it's something the department had highlighted also, which meant that it was moving at such a pace through Westminster that engagement with key partners to look at the impact of these provisions, both the reserved and the devolved matters, limited our ability to do that. So again, it is just to highlight that, but to obviously thank the department for the engagement that we had through the committee and for the concerns and queries that we raised to try and answer those as much as they possibly could. So thank you.
Again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to put on record the support of both I and my Alliance colleagues for this legislative consent motion endorsing the extension of the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill to Northern Ireland. Whilst it is of course preferable to legislate on devolved matters through an Assembly bill, legislative consent motions have an important role to play in providing a timely and reasonable approach to how we across this chamber ensure Northern Ireland has much needed provisions that deliver for the benefit of the public. The relevant measures within this bill to the Department of Justice are about enabling more effective interventions to protect UK border security, making it easier for police and defence forces to disrupt and detect those engaged in crime. The contents of this bill are incredibly pertinent in relation to national security. Once it becomes law, it's vital that the Department and its operational partners work collectively to ensure its successful enactment. The establishing of a framework to allow for the sharing of trailer registration information with specific government bodies is a practical and useful tool for the detection of crime, and the provisions relating to serious crime more broadly expand the legislative apparatus to tackle criminality across the United Kingdom. The passing of this motion sends a clear message from our Assembly to all those engaged in criminality that we will do everything within our gift as political representatives to prevent and intervene on their activities. Alliance is committed to working collectively to ensure that those who put our communities at risk and exploit vulnerable people for their own gain do not go unchallenged. The principles of this motion will allow this chamber to protect the people that we serve, and I hope this is why colleagues across the chamber will vote positively today. Thank you.
Mr. Gaston.
Mr. Speaker, this legislative consent motion covers just 9 clauses of a 90-page bill. Clauses dealing with trailer data, crime prevention orders and qualification fees. Mr. Speaker, but it completely sidesteps the issue that matters most for Northern Ireland, that is the open land border with the Irish Republic. Clause 2 empowers the new Border Security Commander to set UK-wide strategic priorities. Yet there is no mention, not a single line, about the land border or illegal immigration into Northern Ireland. That mission is not a technical oversight. It's a political failure, a refusal to confront reality. When the bill was before the Commons, Jim Shannon MP secured assurances from the Minister that the PSNI and the Guards would cooperate on border threats. Is the Justice Minister willing to give those same assurances to the House here today? Last week, the Irish News reported that the Guards are carrying out bus checks near the border. I want to know what equivalent checks and efforts are being made here in Northern Ireland. Traffickers are exploiting this weakness.
Mr. Gasson, like Mr. McNulty, you need to get back to what actually we're addressing the LCM. I know you would like to expand it a little, but we do need to stick to the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do. But I just want to highlight a recent Daily Telegraph article which exposed how Albanian crime gangs openly advertise a safe route into the UK via Dublin, charging people £4,000 per person. When contacted, the PSNI failed to comment. Meanwhile, in Ballymena's G3 area, over 52% of residents have arrived here in the past decade, many via the Republic, bringing sharp demographic change and raising community tensions. The Minister tells us there is no data to justify concerns about immigration in the area.
Can we get back to the LCM, please?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will, but I just encourage the Minister to look at the 2021 census data. Furthermore, ask yourself, with no border checks, with no records and no enforcement, how would any other form of data exist? Yes, happy to give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Would you agree with me? A serious concern in relation to the LCM before us today is that whilst it only refers to symptoms, it is a singular sort of focus rather on enforcement, rather on root causes, and essentially the root cause is what he's trying to allude to today, that how whilst enforcement powers may be there, they're so limited in scope it misses the very obvious question of an open border, which we simply do not know the level of illegal immigration that's crossing.
Absolutely, and I appreciate the member's intervention, and that is the problem with the LCN today, that it's not looking at the root causes, and that is why we have ended up in Northern Ireland with the problems we've seen over the last number of weeks. Mr. Speaker, the motion may be limited, but the problem is not. Northern Ireland is being used as a backdoor into the UK. Happy to give way.
Just on the point of the cause of the issues over the last couple of weeks, would the member agree with me that some of the cause of the problem over the last few weeks has been people who have actively went out and targeted homes, set fire to homes and actually ratted on our streets, not just the issue that is at hand in this LCM?
Well, Mr. Gast, I'm going to ask you to ignore that because, again, it's completely away from what is actually in the motion, and to actually try and stick to the motion, please.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and taking your advice. I just want to close by saying there's nothing compassionate or liberal about ignoring the issues that we have. This situation is being actively exploited by smugglers, by traffickers, by criminal gangs, and I urge the Minister to act, secure dedicated enforcement funding, insist on cross-border action, and stop criminal gangs from exploiting our border and our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank most of the members who contributed to the debate today. And I want to turn to some of the issues that they have made. And it would be helpful if people could not chunter from their sedentary position. It seems to be that Mr. Buckley is at his most noisy when his knees are bent. Perhaps he should bend them in different ways and allow people to continue to speak. Allow people to continue to speak without interruption.
Mrs. Long, or Minister, you were sat in another house, if you sit down for a moment, you sat in another house where the chuntering here would be whispers in the other house. And you should be a well enough experienced politician, and I know that you are, and a well enough skilled politician, and you're a very able orator, and a little distraction from the sidelines should not be sufficient to put you out of your stride. It certainly isn't sufficient to put people out of their stride at Westminster, and I aspire to a house which actually we have vibrant discussions and debates in, not like a school class where everybody sits in absolute silence. So please continue.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where you went to school, but courtesy was taught where I went to school. And people shouting across each other when they're speaking is rude. I thought it was rude in Parliament. I think it's rude in the Assembly. However, I want to move on to what I have to say in terms of committee engagement, to return to the issue. Yes, of course.
I also think that language also has to be monitored when people's homes were attacked within the last few weeks, where misinformation of a racist nature was used in order to whip up the crowd, which seen front living rooms being put on fire, pregnant women having to flee, families having to hide in their lofts from racist mobs, of which the PSNI described. So language should be moderate at times when people are actively being attacked in their home.
Well, I agree. I think it's a rule of thumb that the more sensitive the issue, the more moderate the language is required, and I think some members could do well to take account of that in their contributions. However, I wish to move on in terms of the committee engagement which was raised by the Chair of the committee, and I thank the Chair and the committee for their work on this LCM, which is limited in nature, and I will address that issue slightly later. The nature and the overall topic of the bill made the initial engagement quite complex, given that the vast majority of measures are reserved or accepted. I know members want to have a debate about immigration. They're free to do that, but this is not the forum for it in this LCM, because this is an LCM on a reserved matter, which is immigration, and the only measures that I need legislative consent for are those that are devolved. And the boundaries between reserved and accepted matters and devolved matters are clearly established. And I am not responsible for reserved and accepted matters. And members continue to make these pointless charges that I should be doing something around immigration enforcement. I have no varies to do so. Border Force is responsible for the enforcement of border law under the direct charge of the Home Office in Northern Ireland. And if members are so concerned with respect to illegal immigration, you would have expected them to do their homework and know that. Mr. Speaker, I will not be giving way to the member, because the member has plenty to say. The member has plenty to say while he's sitting down, and I'll certainly not be giving way to him while he continues to shout. However, given the Executive Office, the Home Office originally wrote to the First and Deputy First Ministers, and my department, because of our limited role in this matter, was not engaged. However, given that the Executive Office has no measures which require consent that fall within this bill, I then took the decision to move forward with an LCM for those issues that do fall within the Justice remit, as I set out in my introductory remarks, recognising that we do have only a very limited varies in respect of immigration. A further complicating factor was that the Department for the Economy also had a measure in the bill which required their consent, and for which my department has agreed they could use our LCM to progress. The committee received the briefing on the 23rd of April, alerting them to the measures contained within the bill. A further paper was provided on the 22nd of May, alongside the legislative consent motion and memorandum seeking consent. Department officials also provided oral evidence to the committee on the 29th of May. And I note that the committee report on the bill was published on the 5th of June. I want to thank the committee for their scrutiny of the bill and their subsequent report, but I do understand their frustration, because these LCMs are always at pace and often engage complex and sensitive issues. However, I was pleased to note no substantive concerns were raised, and that the committee was content to support my decision to seek the Assembly endorsement of those matters which require legislative consent, as opposed to those which are legislated for rightly by Westminster. Why was the memorandum laid the day before the full legislative consent motion? Well, as you will understand, I think officials have already explained to the committee and apologised that it was due to an administrative error. The memorandum should have been laid following the correspondence with Executive and Justice Committee on the 23rd of April, and so I apologise if that in any way frustrated the committee's work. So, in terms of the wider bill, the Home Office has overall responsibility for the measures in the bill and for immigration in Northern Ireland, just as it does for immigration in every other part of the UK. The Executive Office has an interest in some measures within the bill, but none of those require legislative consent. All of them are under the varies of the Home Office as accepted or reserved matters. The three measures which I have brought forward fall within the legislative competency of my department, and the fourth rests with the Department for the Economy. The Home Office had written to the First and Deputy First Minister. I have only engaged, therefore, with the Home Office in relation to the measures contained within the bill that are within the remit of my department, and not on the wider bill itself. I note that the member has raised the issue of what the PSNI are doing. I set out in detail this morning the work of the JATF to disrupt organised crime gangs. That includes those who are engaged in people smuggling. And the Policing Board have been doing particular work with the PSNI in regards to Albanian people smugglers who have been advertising online. In terms of the question from the Vice Chair of the Committee, and any engagement that we need to have with the Infrastructure Minister. That particular clause about sharing trailer registration information is not cross-cutting. It establishes a framework allowing the Secretary of State for Transport through the GB Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency (DVLA) to share trailer and registration information with specific government bodies, including the police. The DVA in Northern Ireland does not register trailers, including Northern Ireland trailers. The DVLA carries out that function for Northern Ireland trailers that require registration, and so there's no cross-cutting element to that particular part of the legislation. Mr. Speaker, there is a wider point that has been made here today, that I should do X, Y or Z in relation to immigration. Where that immigration crime is part of the organised crime disruption process, where there are, for example, things like unexplained wealth orders that can be deployed, other Criminal Finance Act measures that can be deployed, of course those will be used to prevent those who are exploiting human misery, who are exploiting the vulnerable, for being able to profit from that. And that does fall within the Department of Justice. What does not are specific immigration laws. Those are reserved and accepted matters. They are dealt with at a UK-wide level. They are not devolved in Scotland, they are not devolved in Wales, and they are not devolved in Northern Ireland. I cannot do the Home Secretary's job for her any more than she can delve into matters that are devolved to this Assembly, which is why I'm standing here today, bringing a legislative consent motion to seek the permission of this House for the Secretary of State and the Home Secretary to be able to take action on these issues for which I have responsibility. The remainder of the bill I do not have responsibility for, but these are the elements for which I do, and that is why I am bringing it forward. I hope that it is clear to members the provision within this bill will not only strengthen the ability of law enforcement agencies and the courts to tackle serious and organised crime, but will also ensure that we do not fall behind the rest of the UK in our response to those issues. We need, as an Assembly, to take these matters seriously, and it is not helpful, frankly, for these wider narratives around inactivity on the PSNI or indeed on DOJ's part to be levelled. It is undermining of public confidence, and it is unjust in the context where it is not a devolved matter and where we have no varies to act. Where we do, we have, and today I think is a strong example of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. We now move to that the motion standing in order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item of business then is a motion on improving sentencing practices in Northern Ireland. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the independence and vital role of the Northern Ireland judiciary and acknowledges the complex nature of the cases that come before the courts, supports the requirement for all judges to take part in ongoing personal and professional development as directed by the Lady Chief Justice, expresses deep concern at the lenient sentences handed down in some of the most serious cases, including those involving sexual offences, further recognises the lasting harm such sentences can cause to victims and the damage they do to public confidence in the justice system, is alarmed by recent figures showing that nearly 80% of prisoners in Northern Ireland are repeat offenders, highlighting the urgent need for sentencing policy to do more to deter reoffending and protect the public, believes that sentencing should reflect the seriousness of such crimes and meet the expectations of victims and wider society, calls on the Minister of Justice to take urgent and proactive steps to address these concerns, launching a public consultation on the establishment of a sentencing council for Northern Ireland to support greater consistency, transparency and robustness in sentencing, and further calls on the Minister to ensure that, in all relevant cases, victims are provided with written copies of sentencing remarks at no cost and without delay.
It's good that doesn't come out of the hour and a half. Thank you. I call Doug Beattie to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for the debate. Propose a motion of 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been accepted, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Before I call Mr Beattie to open the debate, I would remind members that as a motion relates to the improvement of sentencing practices in Northern Ireland, members being mindful of not straying into the topic of specific cases which are the subject of active legal proceedings. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Justice must not only be done, but must also be seen to be done. More than that, people must have confidence that our justice system works. Yet it is clear that confidence in our criminal justice system is being eroded daily. And part of the problem, certainly not all of the problem, is our sentencing regime, something I have raised on many occasions. On a wider issue, it is worth reflecting on the most recent Criminal Justice Inspectorate report on our criminal justice system. The report found that since devolution of policing and justice 15 years ago, there has been limited improvement in the overall performance of the criminal justice system. It further found that there was no collectively agreed vision or strategic priorities which were shared by the departments and the key criminal justice organisations. This is in line with the review of the Policing Board, where it described the tripartite relationship as showing no evidence of a shared collective vision, shared direction, or a unified front. This has led, according to the report, to the criminal justice outcomes remaining relatively static, despite numerous strategies and policies, with impactful change being slow. The Ulster Unionist Party motion lays out a number of areas which we believe will bring about meaningful change and, importantly, bring about confidence in a beleaguered criminal justice system. Firstly, we are calling for compulsory and continuous personal and professional development of our judges. The training is the responsibility of the Lady Chief Justice through the Judicial Studies Board, and that's ever since the Constitutional Reform Act of 2005. We believe this training must be more than an invite to attend. It must be directed attendance with registered outcomes in order to ensure our judges are equipped with the knowledge they need to exercise their judicial functions. In doing so, it would aim to ensure judges understand the language they use during a trial or during a sentence that must be designed to give confidence to the public. We simply cannot have a repeat of a serious predatory sex offender being told by the judge to go find a wife and start a family, or that he should not be excluded from normal life and should be allowed to use the same internet dating site he used to target the woman he sexually assaulted. This type of language creates moral and societal outrage and undermines confidence. And that kind of brings me on to the issue of lenient sentencing in Northern Ireland, and in particular around sentence discount or sentence credit, or the judge being able to deviate from mandatory minimum sentencing. Sentencing in Northern Ireland is complex. It states consistency in the sentencing process is an important aspect of fairness. Fairness also requires that the particular circumstances of individual cases are taken into account in determining the appropriate outcome. Yet what we have done here in Northern Ireland is put the perpetrator in the driving seat. If the perpetrator admits guilt at the earliest opportunity, they will receive up to a third of their sentence. The reason for this is well known. Save time, save money, save resources, and save the victim having to go through the pain of a trial. Okay, I can get behind that, although I think a third of your sentence is excessive, but it's similar to the rest of the United Kingdom. But here's where I really am concerned. If the perpetrator pleads not guilty, decides to wait to see how the evidence stacks up, puts his victim through 2 or maybe 3 years worrying, waiting for a trial, and then decides at the last moment, even on the day the trial starts, to plead guilty, he could receive up to 25% of their sentence, a quarter. Why would a perpetrator not chance his arm? I think this is an obscene amount of sentence reduction. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. It is our party's belief that an individual should get one chance to plead guilty. That's at their arraignment hearing or earlier. And if they do, then they will receive a sentence reduction. If they do not, then the opportunity should be taken away from them. If the perpetrator then decides to plead guilty, it will be up to the judge to decide if they are entitled to any time off their sentence. But that needs to be backloaded. What do I mean by backloaded? Yes?
I thank the member, before he moves on, could he clarify, at the moment that is what happens. So a person is offered the opportunity at arraignment to plead, and if they plead, they will get a certain reduction in sentence for an early guilty plea. If they plead later in the process, it is the judge who determines the percentage of reduction, if any, that they are entitled to in their sentence. So how does your proposal differ from what is happening at the moment?
Before you respond, Mr. Beatty, there was only 9 minutes from you started till we get to 14:45, where I'll have to interrupt you. So just letting you know, if you can finish for 9 minutes, that'd be good.
But I don't think I will. I'm really sorry. Minister, you probably just caught me at the sentence where I was about to say what I believe should mean by backloading that element that you've just said if somebody does a late guilty plea. And that means that they get time off their licence. They don't get time off their custodial sentence. That's what I mean by backloading it. And I'm aware that there's a consultation ongoing. Yeah,
sorry, not all sentences have a licensing element to it, so I'm really at a loss. If somebody is on a life licence, that is a permanent situation for the rest of their life. But many people will not have both an extended custodial sentence, they'll simply have their custody. So I don't understand the point on licence. Could you clarify?
Yes, I can. If I had time, I would be able to go through it all with you, but I don't have time, so we're going to have to be pretty sharp and frugal. Not all, but the vast majority of sentences get 50% custodial and 50% unlicensed. That's roughly what people see. It's not exact. I haven't got time to go through it exact. And what I'm saying is, if you're going to give somebody tax reduction, give it off the time that they've got unlicensed, not on the time they've got to be behind bars. And let me remember why we have custodial sentences. Rehabilitation, I'm conscious of Sinn Féin's amendment. I have no issue with it whatsoever. I will support that, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say. Public protection. But it also has punishment and deterrent as some of the reasons for a custodial sentence. And we seem to have forgotten about these two core principles of custodial sentences, even though 80% of those people in jail at the minute are repeat offenders. Our sentencing is weak and ineffective, particularly crimes of a sexual nature against women and girls. We have an individual with hundreds of sexually explicit pictures of children getting a suspended sentence. In 2023, the rape of a 14-year-old girl received just 18 months in jail. In 2024, 2 years jail term for a 51-year-old man who raped a woman he met on a dating site. 2025, sexual abuse of 2 girls aged 8 and 6. Perpetrator gets 6 years. Vulnerable teenage girl raped by a 47-year-old man, sentenced 4 years behind bars. I don't think it's good enough. People don't think it's good enough, and they do not see the licence element of the sentence as being just. And I guess that's the point that I am trying to make. What can help? The Ulster Unionist Party believe that a sentencing council could give judges stronger direction on sentencing, not just guidance. A sentencing council would have the ability to take away a lot of the discretion in judges' determinations, and in doing so achieve exactly what people want: consistency, transparency, fairness, sentence matching the crime, and a system that is understood. Go to the Northern Ireland judicial website under sentencing guidelines, sexual offences. You'll find 58 entries outlining case law. It is from this that the judge formed their decision, along with maximum and minimum.
I'm sorry I have to interrupt you, and I'm sorry because it was wanted to hear it, but you'll have a minute afterwards to finish. I now move to the questions to the Minister for Infrastructure and call Diana Armstrong. Please, we move to question 4, Mr. Danny Baker. Mr. Baker.
Question number 4.
Minister.
I'm pleased to advise that the first phase of West Belfast Greenway is programmed to commence construction in the coming months. Officials are also currently preparing a planning application for the next phase of the West Belfast Greenway and hope to submit this application in the autumn. When this section of the route is complete, it will provide an attractive, high-quality, active travel route that is predominantly traffic-free between Andersonstown and the city centre.
Mr Baker.
Thank you, Concordia, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. Can you provide an update on the wider delivery of the Belfast Cycling Network plan?
Yes, so since the Belfast Cycling Network Delivery Plan was first published in 2022, approximately 13 kilometres of new cycle paths have been built in partnership with Belfast City Council on the Lagan Gateway and Forth Meadow Greenway schemes. Improvements have also been made to existing facilities with the installation of environmentally friendly lighting along the 7-kilometre urban section of the Comber Greenway and on Stranmillis Embankment, with new red surfacing laid along the existing segregated cycle track between Ormo Road and Governor's Bridge. Design work is substantially complete on a further 4 schemes. These are currently at various stages of the statutory process required to legislate cycle routes before construction can commence. Design is ongoing or due to commence shortly on a further 8 schemes, and officials are working to bring a number of these forward for public engagement later this year. Officials are also considering the prioritisation of future schemes within the Belfast Cycling Network in line with the emerging Eastern Transport Plan and other significant changes that have occurred in Belfast in recent years.
Neil McAllister.
Number 5.
My department does not monitor spend on cycling infrastructure separately from other active travel improvements. The total spend recorded on dedicated active travel projects in the last 3 financial years include £12 million in 22-23, £10 million in 23-24 and provisionally £17 million for 24-25. In addition to spend on new active travel projects, my department routinely undertakes many activities that are primarily for the benefit of pedestrians and cyclists that are not included within these figures. Overall spend within my department on active travel is in the region of £45 to £50 million, which equates to around 5 to 6% of the overall transport budget.
Ms McAllister.
Thank the Minister for her answer. And would you agree that improving and enhancing the opportunity for people to cycle is essential for public health and reducing congestion? And how will you ensure that active travel budget prioritises schemes over fixing footways and repairing streetlights?
Minister.
Well, I think that the member refers to fixing footways and streetlights as if that's it takes up a lot of the budget. What that actually means in reality is that those schemes that are already in place, so where there's maintenance required, and they are to ensure that active travel routes are safe for everyone to use them, so be that making sure that they're properly lit or that the surfaces are safe for pedestrians or cyclists, then that is part of that work. However, there's a differentiation between the maintenance of schemes and then new schemes, and part of that also is ensuring that they are safe for people to use, and that is relating to the quality of the surfaces as well as being properly lit. So if we want to really do this well, we have to ensure that those routes that we are providing, whether it's new or maintaining existing, are accessible for everyone, and that they are able to be used at all times during the day, that they're properly connecting communities and properly fulfilling what we set out to do.
Boyle.
Could thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, could I ask you, how would you determine active travel funding is fairly distributed?
So I understand that walking, wheeling or cycling is always going to be the most attractive as a mode of transport over shorter distances, as it's more achievable probably for most people. So it's therefore important to target investment in areas where it has the potential to be most beneficial. However, striking the right balance between urban and rural investment is also very important. So to ensure fairness and consistency, we will use the same guiding principles that apply in larger towns and cities to prioritise pedestrian and cycling improvements in smaller settlements. And we'll therefore be placing particular emphasis on links to schools, public transport and small town or village centres. It's fair to say this isn't an exact science, and my department continues to engage with all local councils and other key stakeholders to try to strike that right balance in this regard, to ensure that we're delivering for everybody across the north and not just focusing on those bigger areas.
Keith Buchanan.
Minister, so far, Minister, the active travel budget, as you're aware, is sitting around 10%, or that's the aim to be at 10%. Is this figure, I think it's currently 6 or 7%, possibly thereabouts, is this going to be a detriment to other existing roads and existing footpath, because we're swinging too much one way and we can't drive or walk on what we have existingly there?
So I think the member has raised this issue before, and I don't think it's a detriment of other. These are schemes that we have to do, and we want to try to encourage people to get out of their cars and use their bikes or walk or whatever that may be. So I don't think that one should replace the other. I think we are working to ensure that we're providing options for everybody, and we are working towards our climate change targets in relation to that. You will know that this is set out in those targets, that I have to allocate 10% of my budget. So this is a requirement for me to do it, but it's also very important, because if we want to encourage people to have healthier lifestyles, to get out and about, to also then get out of their cars, then we have to do it right, and this is how we're doing it, and we are working towards that 10% budget. In terms of the overall roads piece and maintaining our footpaths, well, maintaining our footpaths is part of that. So I think that's important to say. You also will be aware that we are looking at the road maintenance strategy as well, and how we can do that better. I think it's fair to say that, you know, we all recognise the shortfalls in the budget, but just take this from me, that I'm committed to making sure that as much money as I can get into that to ensure that we can upgrade our roads and fix them to the best of my ability, the best of the department's ability, is something I'm very focused on.
Murphy.
Gormiaga, can call your question 6.
Minister.
Road safety is a high priority for my department, and I'm committed to working proactively to make our roads safer and to address the needs of all road users. Since 2020-2021, the department has delivered 2 tranches of part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits at 216 schools, which is an investment of £4 million. The department previously piloted this approach at 17 schools, bringing the total number of schools with part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits to 233. A review of the initiative introducing part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits at schools has now been undertaken and is available on my department's website. The review recommended the provision of a 3rd tranche of part-time speed limits at schools with a more targeted intervention approach. A new policy document has been issued to enable an interim and modest programme to be taken forward in this financial year. And given current funding pressures, tranche 3 is to be a bit more modest in size. A programme of schools to be treated in the next financial year has now been prepared, and this draft programme was based on the existing scored listings, so those schools that have already been scored as part of the previous tranches, but with preference, at my request, given to rural schools which are located in roads where the national speed limit applies, given the significance of that higher speed limit and how that may impact on road safety. So I'm currently considering the draft programme, and I hope to be in a position to make a formal announcement this week.
Ms Murphy.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for her detailed response. And I know this is an issue that I have been lobbying herself and the Department on continuously over the last number of months. Minister, when will we be likely to see tranche 3 announced?
So, as I said, I have been considering that and looking at what we can do and can we maximise the budget that I have to ensure we get as many schools in this tranche as possible. And I've been back and forth with officials in recent weeks to ensure that we're doing the maximum amount of schools in this tranche. So, as I said, I'm hoping to make the announcement later this week.
John Buckley.
I want to believe the Minister that road speed and road infrastructure is a priority for the department. With that in mind, the Minister will know that within the last hour, a judge has ruled that the decision to proceed with the A5 by the department cannot stand. With that in mind, will the Minister now accept that whether it's in our infrastructure, our economy, our agriculture, that the current Northern Ireland climate change targets are a dangerous weight around our neck?
Minister.
I don't think this is related to 20-mile-per-hour speed limits. Pardon? No. I don't know how I would answer that in relation to 20-mile-per-hour speed limits, to be honest with you, Speaker. Look, I don't know. Are we asking about the Climate Change Act, or are we asking about the speeding?
Order. Next question, Stuart Dixon.
topic. Minister, while we certainly do welcome 20-mile-an-hour speed limits outside schools, one of the regular questions that I've heard asked in this chamber and will ask again today is what action are you taking with regards to encouraging the number of children to cycle and walk and use walking buses to get to school?
So I thank the member for this answer, and just last week I actually met with Sustrans as well, and I know they do significant work in schools, and I'm aware that the department helps to fund the cycling proficiency. I think that we have lots more that we can do, and something I'm keen to do. You will know that I've recently announced that I'm taking forward legislation around safety on school buses. I think that that in itself is something that we can do, and I've requested a meeting with the Education Minister to see how we can work together in relation to that. And I think there is a very important education piece specific to that, to help our children be more aware while using buses, particularly getting on and off buses. I think, as well as that, you've talked about walking buses, and that is something I'm keen to explore further, as I know it is something that is very effective, and it is something that will encourage school children and their parents or carers, whoever's taking them to school, to do so in a more active way. So there's a lot of work that we are doing in relation to that. I think the overall active travel delivery plan, as I said earlier in responses to questions, outlines that focus on ensuring that we have safer routes that are linking schools with residential areas, and I also am working on permanent 20-mile-per-hour zones in those areas that are more residential, and that we are ensuring that we're providing safe links to schools, to shopping areas and things like that, so that we can continue to build on the work that's being done.
Mr McNulty.
Minister, declaring interest, Mary Fella started his new school at St Malachy's in Camlock this morning, first day, which is all very nerve-wracking and exciting for him all at the same time. But I was approached by a concerned member of staff who asked me how to get the 20 miles per hour speed limit control zones for St Malachy's, Camlock and Chapel Road, and any other traffic control measures to keep the children safe, because she's really concerned about too many near misses in recent years.
Can I first send my best wishes to Santa, and I hope he has a great first day and many happy years in St Malachy's, another great school in our constituency. And I know, as a parent of a P2 going into P3, this time just flies, so I'm sure you and your wife will be very excited for the time ahead. In relation to the specific school, I think all of the schools in all of our areas would ideally like to have the 20-mile-per-hour zones outside their schools, and I too have been approached by my child's school as well, because the road safety concerns are significant, and unfortunately all road users, everybody's in a hurry and don't often think of the implications when using the road. So as I've said earlier, this is a modest tranche, and we're currently finalising the schools who are already on the existing list in terms of where they have scored. There's no doubt that some schools may not get through in this tranche, but what I would suggest to the member, we can take that forward. So if they're not included in this one, we can make sure they're assessed for any future 20-mile-per-hour zones, as will others, as we work out a more long-term plan in relation to this, as well as any traffic camera measures. And I would encourage the member maybe to contact the section office to assess, or through my private office to assess that particular area of Camla, so that we can see what's required at that point, because I'm not sure, I haven't come across it to date, so happy to ask officials to look into that.
All in chambers.
Question 7.
Minister.
NI Water treats approximately 73 million cubic metres of wastewater per year at the 5 main wastewater treatment works that discharge into Belfast Lough. NI Water is advised that its models indicate that on average only 70,000 cubic metres of untreated sewage from wastewater treatment works is discharged into Belfast Lough annually. Whilst approximately 3.5 million cubic metres of wastewater from the wastewater treatment works is discharged directly into Belfast Lough without being treated, it's crucial to note that only 1 to 2% of that is untreated. And that's not to take away from that being an issue, but it's just to put it in context with what's actually being discharged. NI Water estimate that approximately 80 to 95% of this spill volume is rainwater, 5 to 20% is everyday wastewater from homes and businesses, and 1 to 2%, as I've said, is untreated sewage. So as the member will know, and as the Assembly will know, I'm continuing to work with executive colleagues to provide NI Water with the adequate funding needed to allow it to deal with the problems in the wastewater system, not just in Belfast but right across the north. But I know Belfast Lough in particular is a significant issue, and we continue to look at solutions to that. As well as that, I continue to follow with the three-pronged approach that I have on many occasions alluded to while in this chamber, to secure firstly more investment for wastewater infrastructure, but also to look at what else we can be doing. The members may be aware this morning the first stage of my bill for the sustainable drainage was introduced, and I look forward to hearing the discussion around that in the time ahead.
Mr. Chambers.
Speaker, I think any amount of raw sewage getting into Belfast Lough is totally unacceptable, but I think everyone agrees that the wastewater treatment works that discharge into Belfast Lough do require a considerable amount of investment made in them to bring them up to the compliance standards that are coming down the line. Has the Minister got a strategy to find this investment to bring these treatment works up to standard?
Well, as I've said there, in terms of the overall issue of wastewater infrastructure, you'll be very familiar now with that three-pronged approach that I've alluded to in my previous response, and that is the way forward for me at present. However, in the interim, I've been working closely with NI Water and looking at what other ways we can be doing as much as is possible in the time that we have. So NI Water at present are providing additional maintenance to the treatment works around Belfast Lough to ensure that these assets can continue to operate in the short term until such times that we do have the budget available to undertake the more substantial upgrade that's required. And that is something that they're looking at right across the north as well. In addition to that, they continue with their programme of installing event duration monitors to identify the worst performing discharge points and to help ensure money is targeted where most needed. So within the very challenging financial context, we are looking at what else we can be doing to try and mitigate as much as possible. It's not ideal and it is unacceptable. I totally take that point. We shouldn't see any untreated sewage going into our waterways. That is not where any of us want to be. But until such times that we have the budget to do the work that is needed, we have to look at what else we can do to alleviate as best as possible if we can't fully eliminate that.
Done.
The Living with Water programme has been paused, the Living with Water programme in Belfast. How long, Minister, is this pause going to be? And can you outline your engagement with NI Water and also what more you are going to do to tackle the wastewater and capacity crisis that we have right across Northern Ireland?
So, as I said, I'll answer the second part of your question first. I think I've made it clear on numerous occasions here what my approach to this is, and particularly around securing further additional investment at every single stage, whether it's the monitoring round or whatever it may be. We are looking at where we can garner more funds to try and do as much work as we can. Although it is fair to say the whole executive budget potentially wouldn't do the work, or wouldn't, even if NI Water had the budget today. They have said themselves that it would take a long time for them to be able to deliver what's needed. So we're working through that, and I think my approach to everything in terms of budget is break it down and see what we can do and do well with the budget that we have. In relation to the pausing of the Living with Water plan, a review of the Belfast Living with Water plan was commissioned due to a rise in the estimated costs to deliver it from 1.4 billion to 2.1 billion, which I'm sure the member will agree is a significant rise during the course of the plan since it has been announced. The review concluded that the Belfast plan is still needed. However, the original 12-year delivery time frame is no longer viable. Projects in the plan, which include proposals to improve the water quality in Belfast Lough, will now be taken forward by my department and NI Water as normal business at a scale and pace achievable within available budgets rather than through a structured programme. So, as I've said, that approach to seeing what we can do with the budget we have until such times more funding is available. It was always accepted that additional funding would be required to deliver the Living with Water plan, and in the NDNA agreement, Living with Water was identified as a beneficiary of increased funding. However, this was not received. But just to say that I remain fully committed to the Belfast Plan's objectives to help protect against flooding, to enhance the environment and to grow the economy, and will continue, as I have been to date and as my predecessor has, to make the case for additional funding to expedite its delivery. And last financial year I did provide NI Water with £500 million in funding, so I hope that gives assurances of how committed we are to this.
Honourable Murray.
Minister, but would the Minister accept that there is now an immediate need for additional action, given the current approach has made no difference to sewage spills and given the environmental peril that Belfast Lough is in?
I would agree, and I suppose that's the point that I'm making, is that I don't think any of us underestimate that this is a really live and significant problem. If I had all the money to do it, we wouldn't be having this conversation, but the reality is we don't, and difficult decisions have to be made every single day in terms of budget. But that doesn't mean that I stand still. That means we have to continue to lobby for the additional funds wherever it will come from, whether it's through the Executive or from the British Treasury. But the Executive Ministers around that table all recognise how important this is. Every one of us know that in order for us to move forward on many of the things that the Programme for Government sets out, but many of us as MLAs have prioritised, then we need to ensure that our wastewater infrastructure is fit for purpose. So I'll continue to work with executive colleagues in the first instance, but also looking at what other steps I can be taking in the interim to ensure that we are continuing to move forward till we get to the point where we are dealing with this problem in the most effective and efficient way.
Dr. Reckensdouglas, please. Pat Sheehan.
I've secured £15 million over the next 4 years from the Public Sector Transformation Fund to develop and deliver a pilot project that will use nature-based solutions to help transform our urban drainage systems. The aim is to provide a range of nature-based drainage and flood management solutions to demonstrate their effectiveness in managing the flow of water through urban areas, helping to reduce flood risk and reduce pollution. Nature-based drainage solutions are cleaner, greener and can help slow the flow of water entering our sewers, which in turn will help to reduce the risk of out-of-sewer flooding. The overall target for the pilot project is to provide approximately 10,000 cubic metres of temporary rainwater storage by retrofitting sustainable drainage systems, commonly known as SUDs, to reduce the pressure on our constrained drainage and wastewater infrastructure. Officials are engaging with a range of stakeholders to discuss potential locations for nature-based solutions, focusing on bringing viable projects from concept to delivery within the framework of the Transformation Fund. The project will initially focus in the Fort William and White House areas within Belfast. However, interventions outside this area may also be considered where the benefits of nature-based drainage solutions can be demonstrated.
Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer.
Agree with me that changing how we live with water can produce many benefits in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the more that we can utilise nature-based solutions, that we are doing that in a more sustainable way. And as I've mentioned earlier, I introduced the first stage of that bill. I think it's a very exciting time because it shows the innovation. I think so much work has gone into it, and I know already from speaking to developers and representatives of the construction industry, there are already developers using more nature-based solutions in individual housing or housing development. So I think there's lots of things that we can be doing that will not only ensure that we're treating the water that actually needs to be treated, but also doing it in a cost-effective, efficient and a more sustainable way.
Daniel Crossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 10, Minister.
The numbers and types of access for developments are assessed on a site-specific basis as part of the planning process, taking into account site constraints and transportation assessment modelling. The Creating Places supplementary planning guidance is used in the design of all proposals for residential development throughout the north, from small-scale infill housing schemes to major projects on large sites incorporating a mix of uses. Neither Creating Places nor local or regional planning policy statements provide a requirement for more than one access to a development. And I'm informed that the current planning permission for the Mount Carmel development requires the construction of a second access from the site under the Avish Road.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, there are 6 separate housing developments in this complex, encompassing well over 600 to 800 houses, which is a lot of people, a lot of residents. They were locked in their homes for the 3rd time in the last couple of years because they couldn't get out due to a bomb scare on the main shared access route. What are you going to do, Minister, to ensure that the planning is going to be enforced to ensure people are safe and get to and from their homes when these events happen?
Well, I suppose just to offer my best wishes to us, because I think nobody likes to be in that situation, whether in terms of a security incident or wherever that may be. So I can't imagine how stressful and how anxious a time that must be, especially if it's happened on a number of occasions for those residents. As I've said, that second access must be delivered by the developer prior to commencement of any development in excess of the 66th dwelling within that portion of the site. The developer has reached the trigger, however, work is temporarily stopped on site, and I suppose there's maybe details of that I can't speak to, as a member may be aware in this House, but I suppose just to say officials are working closely to ensure that we get to that point.
McGuigan.
Rahinji.
As I've said earlier, road safety is a major priority for me as Minister, and I am committed to considering any initiatives that will improve road safety for everyone. I recently announced an extensive package of road safety measures aimed at safeguarding school children travelling to and from school, as I mentioned earlier, particularly around using school buses and people overtaking buses. I'm also taking forward a number of strategic interventions, including a consultation seeking views on a change to the law surrounding the use of handheld mobile phones while driving, a review of drink driving legislation, options to address drug driving, and I'm introducing graduated driver licensing. I'd also like to see what can be done to improve attitudes to speeding, not only for road safety purposes, but also to make places cleaner and greener. And I therefore asked my officials to prepare a paper on a number of speed-related matters, including the national speed limit on rural roads, HGV speed limits and 20-mile-per-hour speed limits in general, which I've also talked to in some of the previous questions, after which I plan to undertake a public consultation exercise on this important issue. Alongside this, I've asked officials to develop a new and forward-looking road safety strategy action plan. This is in partnership with our road safety stakeholders, who all work together to reduce the number of people killed or seriously injured in road collisions. I'm also keen to explore how we can work better together with our road safety partners and other departments, and as I've mentioned earlier, I've written to the Department for Education, to the Minister in the first instance, seeking a meeting to discuss this further to see how we can collaborate. I do believe that a multi-agency and a cross-departmental approach to tackling this issue is vital, and I am keen to work with others to discuss opportunities and agree a structured approach to improving the safety of children, particularly coming to and from school. And whilst all of these measures, I believe, have the potential to deliver significant road safety benefits, we can all take immediate action to improve road safety to ensure that 2030 target is met. We all can share a collective effort in doing so, and will make the difference going forward.
Mr. McGuigan.
Thanks the Minister for her response, and I totally agree with her that we can all take our own actions into view when we're on the road and increasing safety. You mentioned graduated driver licences as an option in terms of more safety. Can I ask the Minister for more information in relation to it?
Sure.
Yes, so as I said, I'm deeply concerned at the number of deaths and serious injuries on our roads, and sadly younger drivers, particularly young male drivers, are significantly overrepresented in those statistics in terms of road traffic collisions. The graduated driver licensing aims to reduce the overrepresentation of new, mainly young drivers in fatal and serious road traffic collisions by providing new drivers with driving experiences and skills gradually over time in a lower risk environment. I want to see the graduated driver licensing implemented as soon as possible, and my officials are working to accomplish that. This is a major resource-intensive undertaking. Significant operational planning and preparation is required, including the amendment of current driver training, testing and post-testing arrangements. But I do think it's something that will have long-term impacts and will help to improve road safety for all users, not just for motorists. And I look forward to providing further detail as soon as we're at that point, because I think it's a really forward step in terms of our role in addressing road safety.
Edward Clark. Minister, very nice warm words about improving road safety. However, today's court judgment has ruled that your party and others, in terms of their support for the climate change policy, has had a major impact on that. So how do you judge that impact how do you judge that impact today will affect your work going forward to try and improve road safety in other areas of rural Northern Ireland in terms of those road upgrades?
Well, can I firstly say that this has been a very disappointing day. And my first thoughts are with all of the families who have lost a loved one, who have someone or who may have been injured themselves as a result of the road traffic collisions that have occurred along the A5. So this is not a day to be point scoring or anything like that. This is a day to look at what we need to do to move this forward. As the member may be aware, this is a 99-page ruling. So at this point in time, I now have to take time to consider the detail of that ruling, what the implications will be. But let me just say this. I'm committed that we will get the A5 delivered, that we will protect lives and to ensure that no more lives are lost on that road.
Moving on to Cervical, Mark Duggan.
I can't call you, and I'm sure we all, at least I hope we all share the Minister's disappointment and frustration at today's judgment on the A5, but that will pale in comparison to the devastation felt by the many families who have lost loved ones along this route and who have led the campaign for change, and our thoughts are with them today. Can the Minister advise the Assembly on her immediate response to the decision, what implications it has for the future of this executive flagship project, and how her department intends to address the concerns raised by the court?
Yeah, so as I've said in response to the previous member, this is hugely disappointing. In fact, it's heartbreaking, particularly for all of those who have campaigned very strongly, all of those families involved who have put so much time and effort in it despite dealing with their own grief and their own loss. But they believe that this is the way to ensure that no other family goes through what they have gone through. And I think that's something that we all should reflect on, because the judge, indeed, in giving his judgment today, reflected on how this decision will cause anguish and heartbreak for all of those families. As I've also said, this is a very detailed judgment, and I think it will take some time for both myself and my officials and legal team to go through the detail of that, to look at what the implications are and how we chart a way forward. Because, as I've said, this road needs to be built. We cannot allow any more lives to be lost, and I am determined that we do find a solution and we do find a way forward, as I think that lives are too important, and I don't want any other family going through what those families have experienced.
Mr. Durkin.
Will the Minister, along with her executive colleagues, prepare emergency amending legislation to clarify the relevant section or sections of the Climate Change Act? An act that in its entirety was voted through by all in this House, preserving its core purpose, but clarifying that it cannot be used to block action necessary to save life. Or has she another plan B?
Well, again, as I've said, I mean, I want to see a solution to this. We need to act in the immediacy, but it's important that we do this very, very thoroughly. This is a very detailed decision. The implications of that we don't know at this stage, because I think it was maybe less than 3 hours ago that we got the judgment. So I think it would be remiss of me to start saying I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, without considering that in great detail. And I will be engaging with my legal team and officials on that in a very thorough manner, because, as I've said, this is the third time that there's been a legal challenge in relation to this road. Families are tired, families want to see this built, and that's my priority at the front of this. So I think as we chart through that and as we work our way through the judgment that the judge has provided today, we will be in a better position to make comment on that.
Peter McDonald.
Minister, can you provide an update on Belfast Rapid Transit too?
Sure.
So, just give me a wee second to go back to where I've lost my train of thought now. So, as you know, I made the announcement earlier in the year. So, at this stage, we were engaging with stakeholders and starting that process. And I have recently met some stakeholders from the Ormer Road end as well as Retail NI. So, we're looking at what the next stage is how that will look to ensure that there's proper engagement with all stakeholders, learning from what's happened in the past. But in terms of what else is happening, I can give you a more detailed response in writing, as I don't have all the detail in front of me, Peter, but that is the most recent update that I have.
McReynolds.
Minister, given how this project will improve air quality, reduce congestion and tackle climate change, Can you provide assurances this project will be delivered as soon as possible and without undue delay?
Well, absolutely. I think I wouldn't have made the announcement if I felt that we couldn't do that. As I said when I gave that original statement a number of months ago, what was important for me is that whilst we weren't able to commit to the full project at that stage in terms of budgetary constraints, what I wanted to make sure is that we could do as much as we could with the budget available, as I've said in approach to other issues that are relevant to my department. So at this point in time, yes, I'm keen to see that delivered, and I'm committed to ensuring that's delivered at the earliest possible stage. If there are any unforeseen issues that may arise, we'll ensure to keep elected reps updated, the community updated, because I think with all major schemes there are potential for things to arise at any stage, but hopefully that won't be the case, and we will continue to work through that in the time ahead.
Alan Chambers. Can the Minister offer an assessment as to why so many of the roadways in North Down are left with areas of standing water after heavy rainfall that can take a considerable time to drain away and that can result in road safety issues?
Well, without knowing what the specific parts of North Down that you're speaking to, I think firstly last week I met with councillors from Ards and North Down in relation to the road conditions, and they raised numerous issues around that, and we had a very positive discussion about how we can work together to ensure that we can address these issues, as is the case right across the north. In relation to specific areas, it may be for a number of reasons. Without having those assessments or engineering reports, I might not be able to provide the responses to that, but happy if the member would like to send in some specifics. We can get responses from the local section office in relation to those.
Mr. Chambers.
It's just that I'm wondering if the Minister is satisfied that the cleaning routine of roadside gullies offered by the local section office is actually adequate.
As I've said before, and as I've said in response to written questions, we do have a more limited service in terms of all of the operational duties that the department carries out due to the budget. And that is continually held under review, and that's why I continually am asking for additional funding to support the work of the department. So no, it's fair to say I'm not satisfied. I don't think anybody's satisfied. We always want to do more, and we always want to achieve the highest standard, but unfortunately given the financial constraints that's not always possible, as I'm sure his colleague in terms of the Health Ministry will appreciate, and the challenges that presents for him as well. But as I've said, where there are particular issues or where they are leading to further road safety matters, happy for those to be sent in through the private office and we can look into them.
Mr. Speaker, will the Minister commit to taking immediate action to remove the illegally erected United Ireland billboard at Camlock Road roundabout to ensure compliance with the Article 87 of the Road Northern Ireland Order 1993, and can you provide a timeline for when it will be removed?
I wonder, has the member moved constituencies? He's now representing Uri Armagh as well. So I suppose just to say on that, I've had numerous questions in relation to the billboard. It is actually a matter for planning. It's a planning issue, so I would ask the member to maybe speak with the local council in relation to that.
Mr. Gasson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly that's news to me and a lot of ones in the chamber. Sinn Féin have a history of erecting posters on this billboard at this roundabout. Maybe that's why the Minister is reluctant to provide a time frame of when it will be removed. My understanding is it's departmental owned land, and on that basis how can anybody apply for planning permission that isn't that of the department? So how do you square that with your pledge of office, and how do you plan to take action? That is your land. Obviously, it would have to be your department that would lodge a planning application. Sinn Féin have used this in the past, and surely you're not applying for a Sinn Féin erected billboard.
Okay, I'm not too sure where to start in relation to that, but what I will say, I know that the land is partly owned by the department. It's not all owned by the department. However, if I know in the past where there have been previous billboards erected, the department has made contact with those who have erected it. So happy to take further questions on it, or if you want to write in and we can specifically ask. I don't believe it's a Sinn Féin billboard at the minute.
Kelly.
Does the Minister agree that the Fiscal Council report indicates that the only alternative to the current funding model of NI Water would involve water charges, which should be opposed?
Yeah, I thank the member for this question, and I agree that the report from the Fiscal Council is very welcome. It confirms what I and my predecessor have been consistently saying, that in terms of alternative funding models for NI Water, they would only lead to the introduction of water charges for householders here. So for the avoidance of doubt, I will not be introducing water charges and not be adding to that financial burden that many people here would be facing if that was the case. And I feel that others may be de facto campaigning for water charges to be imposed on families here at a time when the cost of living is soaring, especially if we've seen events over the recent days which could potentially impact on energy costs. I think it's fair to say that others maybe gloss over or simply fail to mention the reality of what that will mean for household budgets, for parents who are already struggling with childcare costs, for young people maybe starting out in their career path. And also I think it's important to say that money spent on additional bills will not be spent in our local economy. So there are wide-reaching implications as a result of this, and it's something I'm not prepared to do. And I think the Fiscal Council report strongly points out that would be the implication.
Mr. Kelly.
I
thank the Minister for that answer.
To what she said, does the Minister agree that at a time when parents are skipping meals so that their children can eat, as highlighted by the Consumer Council, it would be unconscionable to place further costs on top of their bills?
Yeah, and I think that's a very pertinent point, because I did see the report from the Consumer Council. It reported that food costs account for almost a quarter of households' basic spending, with almost half of young adults surveyed fearing their food will run out before they have the money to buy for. So again, I think, sorry, Speaker, it's so hard to concentrate when people are having full conversations here.
Well, fair enough on that one. Different thing if you're actually participating in the debate, so keep conversations down, please.
The average household rate in the north is, for 24-25 was £1,180 per annum. So if we apply the notional figure of £590 on top of that, the starting point would be an average annual bill of almost £1,800 for households. So again, I think it's unfair to add that additional financial burden to households. I think that it's important that we continue to look at the other options that I've already outlined on numerous occasions in this House, and ensure that whatever way we achieve what we need to do, that it isn't at the detriment of the ordinary people in all of our communities.
Minister, I welcome the emphasis that you've placed upon soaring costs for working families, the pressures that hard-pressed households are having to contend with. That said, can you explain how you plan to bridge the funding gap for NIW this year without there being further pressure added to the budgets for local households?
Yeah, I thank the member for this. I mean, the Fiscal Council report in the main considers how that funding gap can be closed. But I think it's important to put that into perspective. So we're currently talking about a difference of 55 million between the indicative amount my department is allocating to capital funding to NI Water, which is 350 million, and what NI Water says it needs to deliver in terms of capital funding for this year, which is 405 million. So I continue to look at what other practical and innovative ways that I can to address that current funding gap, which will include assessing responses to the consultation on developer contributions, and also continuing to work with executive colleagues for increased funding throughout the year. I think that there are always opportunities there, and I continue to lobby very strongly, in particular for NI Water.
Mr. Kearney.
I thank the Minister for her answer so far.
My own constituency, I'm dealing with situations where the shortcomings of developers in relation to their responsibilities in respect of wastewater infrastructure. Can you provide an update for us today on the developers' contributions consultation, please?
As I said, that the consultation is currently ongoing. It opened on the 21st of March 2025 and will close this Friday at noon. So I would encourage anyone who wishes to have an input to do so before then. because I think everyone's feedback is very valuable in relation to this discussion. We've had numerous debates in this chamber regarding wastewater infrastructure and the solutions to fixing that, so I would be very keen to hear from everyone. Once that consultation period ends, my officials will immediately begin analysing the responses we have received from consultees, which will help to inform my decisions on next steps. The consultation has been seeking views on whether, and if so, how my department could introduce developer contributions to help fund the necessary improvements for our wastewater infrastructure. And it proposes two main options. Option 1 around voluntary developer contributions, and option 2, which is a compulsory developer contribution levy, which would involve requiring a financial contribution from developers, which would be used on a prioritised needs basis across the whole of the North. So potentially both options could be taken forward, or one or the other. So that will depend on the outcome of the consultation, and as soon as the time comes that I'm in a position to do so, we will update the House.
That concludes questions to the Minister. Yes, in a moment. Minister, you had 15 supplementary questions answered. The good news is that you weren't bottom of the list. The bad news is that you're very close to it. Mr O'Toole, point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I'm wondering if you could advise on how we might proceed if a minister makes what appear to be almost directly contradictory statements one after the other. The Infrastructure Minister just said in answer to Jerry Kelly that there's no alternative funding model other than water charging for NI Water, and then in the next answer to Mr Kearney, she said that her department is looking for innovative ways to fund Northern Ireland Water. Those statements appear to me to be, on the face of it, directly contradictory. I just wonder if the Speaker could advise on how we might address that.
I don't think it'll be the first occasion when a minister has been contradictory, and I don't think it's really my role to get involved in those issues other than to enable members like Mr O'Toole to pose the difficult questions to ministers, and as he knows, I'd be very happy to do that. Point of order, Steve.
Speaker, may I apologise for not being in my place for question number 8, and may I apologise to the Minister just before she heads out.
Okay. Yes, Ms Armstrong.
Thank you, and to the Minister for not being in my seat for question 1.
I think you missed it by seconds, but it doesn't really matter. Once the time's passed, it's passed. So that's. Members, just take your ease while we change the chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's resume the debate, and I call on Doug Beattie to have his final 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Over to you.
If I could just finish off with talking about the Sentencing Council for England and Wales. And if you go onto the website, it's extremely clear how sentences are arrived at, and then the judge then gives a judgment in terms that can be understood by everybody, breaking it down. And if you're in any doubt whatsoever, go and listen to the sentencing of Axel Rudicabana for the murder of those three wee girls, where we may not have liked the fact he didn't get a whole life sentence. The judge laid it out so we understood why he didn't get a whole life sentence. I know the Lady Chief Justice does not agree with me in respect to our position on a sentencing council, and she says that we are well served with what we have at the moment. I don't think we are, and large swathes of society don't think we are well served as we are. I do welcome the Ministers bringing forward a sentencing bill, and I hope to be able to feed into that. But if a sentencing council is not part of that sentencing bill, then the Ulster Unionist Party will bring forward an amendment to make sure it is. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank very much indeed, Mr Beattie. And I call on Deirdre Hargey to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Deirdre, please open the debate on the amendment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I also just want to place on record my thanks for the members for bringing forward today's motion. I think these are important issues and they're worthy of discussion and indeed debate. And I'm sure when the Minister brings the bill next year that we'll have plenty of that. Sentencing is critical to the rule of law and maintaining society's confidence in its justice system. These are the recent words of the Lady Chief Justice. Sentencing and indeed sentencing reform is at a critical point in terms of public safety, justice and indeed for human rights. We must ensure that we have a system that's open, accessible, understood by the broader public and indeed commands their confidence. And we know that there have been soundings recently to open up courts, indeed the Minister is consulting on it, to make them more accessible and more easily understood, and to look at introducing some broadcasting. This is welcome, but it must also include the appropriate safeguards for victims and witnesses, and to ensure that due process takes its course. There have been some cases recently that have been highlighted in the public and also have had an impact on public confidence, and we must learn from these issues. One case involving sexual exploitation and trafficking in over 40 incidents, in which I contacted the PPS myself about the sentencing that was handed down, and I know that they have now referred this case to the appeal court. Indeed, there was also a recent case of a known loyalist, and this case was also referred actually by the proposer of the motion as well, in terms of the sentencing that was handed down. And again, the PPS have said that they are reviewing that sentence. Whilst these examples can show that there is a mechanism to review, it also poses the question that if the original sentences were appropriate in the first place, and what impact that has on public confidence and indeed on victims where they are involved. Also relating to the recent Irvine case, many of the public and indeed in this House have questioned why the minimum sentence wasn't given as it was to his co-accused, as well as the charges for possessing firearms weren't brought under the terrorist offences, as he was arrested under the terrorist legislation and indeed by the PSNI's anti-terrorism unit. This case and others clearly show the urgent need to look at character references and how these are being used and assessed. We need to look at best practice in other jurisdictions around this issue, such as the south of Ireland, where if you provide a character reference, you must appear in person under oath. We know that our justice system is under huge pressure, with delays in case progression and disposals, increases in our prison population, unacceptable levels of reoffending, victims not always feeling supported or informed by the system, and a disproportionate impact on vulnerable groups. With the recent CJI report highlighting that outcomes remain static despite the number of strategies and policies, impactful change has been slow. We see the recent figures that were published by NISRA on reoffending rate showing almost 80% of cases classed as repeat offenders. This is also on top of already high numbers of people in our prison system, with an increased population, doubling up in sales, and more complexity of cases now presenting, particularly around substance use and poor mental health. These have been areas that indeed the Justice Committee have been looking at over the last year, and we held a joint committee session a few months ago with the Health Committee, and we are pushing and calling for a more joined up working, more planning by both departments in terms of tackling these issues, but also how they can better collaboratively use their resources to achieve better outcomes in these areas. And it's for these reasons that we brought our amendment. Whilst we agree that we must ensure that there's appropriate sentencing and framework in place, which is clear and codified, and that protects the public, we must also support the establishment, support the establishment of a sentencing council, which has been developed in the south of Ireland, where Sinn Féin supported the introduction of sentencing guidelines. We must also ensure that we focus on comprehensive rehabilitation and resettlement programmes. We can't just continue to do what we're doing, because what we're doing isn't working, and that's played out in the statistics that NISRA recently published. We want to ensure that we increase public safety, and obviously we must deter and intervene at an earlier stage to look at the causes of why people commit crime, or indeed why they're reoffending. And I can't underscore that enough, that up to 70% are reoffending. And it's not good enough just to say that we need to put them back inside. We need to understand what the drivers and the causes of that are to actually stop those figures materialising in the first place. We know that relying on sentences is not effective in reducing reoffending, and we must look at the stats of reoffending and say that something needs to change. And of course we need to find the balance between deterrence and rehabilitation, with public safety always being a key driver, and of course upholding our duties in a human rights compliant manner. Reforming our sentencing framework is essential, and obviously we need to look at the mitigators and the aggravators, particularly in serious offences, and those serious offences around gender-based violence, racism and indeed sectarianism as well. We must ensure that the public understand and is given confidence, and that is an essential part in ensuring that they understand the sentences that are handed out and the mitigating and aggravating factors that are associated. We must also ensure that it's victim-centred and that we're looking at the victim impacts of that. And of course we must also, and we're doing that, and I know Doug had said previously the Minister is bringing a sentencing reform bill to the Assembly next year. Of course we need to look at disparities and consistencies in sentencing, and that's where a council would help in terms of laying that out. We need to look at community confidence. We need to look and have considerations for children and young people, for example. And again, I know we're looking at some of those considerations in the current Justice Bill at the moment. We also need to look and enhance restorative justice practice and approaches again as well, in terms of looking at that mitigation and actually stopping and preventing crime from appearing in the first place. And we also, as I say, need to have a specific sentencing framework. And again, I know it's something in terms of the hate crime element of that, that we are due to receive an aggravating model in the sentencing bill next year. We must ensure that we develop evidence-based change, looking at the socio-economic factors as well, because when you read the stats, they in themselves give a clear picture and story in terms of who's finding themselves within the criminal justice system, but also those who have been impacted through crime and through offences as well. And again, we need to get below the data to really look at understanding that, but importantly to try and mitigate and to stop it as well. To increase public safety and also to increase public confidence in the application of the rule of law, but also within our wider justice system as well. So I commend, I suppose, the original motion and the amendment that Sinn Féin has made today. Thank you.
Very much, Deirdre. I call on Joanne Bunting. Joanne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I wish to declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. Of course, sentencing should not be a populist undertaking, but a punishment commensurate with the crime, fundamentally effective and a deterrent. However, there can be no doubt that sentencing has a significant impact on public confidence in the criminal justice system, and at present confidence is not necessarily high. Lay people, ourselves included, may not fully understand the intricacies and complexities of sentencing, but they certainly recognise a lenient one in their view when they see it, especially in certain types of crime, for example sexual crime as per the motion and animal cruelty, where in both cases the public is often aghast and disgusted at the sentences meted out. Of late, public discourse is growing because increasingly expectation is not meeting reality. It's also true that the public struggle with how it works in practice and with the notion that your prison sentence is only actually part of the crime you've been directed to serve, with the rest being served on licence. There's something of an expectation that your sentence should be your sentence, with monitoring following afterwards. Of course, that's not necessarily straightforward and would have repercussions for our prisons, etc., but it feeds into a feeling of leniency and an approach to crime that is less than vigorous. Sentences should act as a deterrent, but I remain to be convinced that the public feels they do, and evidence would indicate they're right, and it's having consequences. This motion cites that 80% of prisoners here are repeat offenders. That's a staggering figure and indicative that something is badly wrong and the system is failing victims and prisoners. Public confidence is also seriously eroded by excessive delays in the system, which show no signs of improvement, and this in turn can lead to some wrongfully taking justice into their own hands or approaching paramilitary gangs for their version of swifter justice. Delays in the system are increasingly leading to remand prisoners being released on time served, which is horrendous for their victims and means they're unlikely to have engaged in any rehabilitative work whilst in prison. This is far from ideal. They're recommended not to engage, lest it be seen as an admission of guilt. This is something that should be looked at and worked through to ensure any such work in prison is not necessarily regarded as detrimental to their case or an admission of wrongdoing. But ultimately, where they're found guilty, to be released with nothing to change their behaviours is not only bad for them, it's bad for society. There's some research around the ineffectiveness of sentences of less than 12 months. The cost of the revolving door of prison and the impact on victims and society over repeat offenders and their crimes means rehabilitation is imperative. Just as important is resettlement. The likelihood of reoffending diminishes considerably where a person has a stable home and a job. Thus, the releasing of prisoners on a Friday, particularly in the afternoon, is very problematic. They will not have sufficient time to present to the housing executive or to make proper arrangements. They can be put into a hostel or an empty flat with nothing, or end up back in the street, all of which can lead them to return to their previous chaotic lives, resulting in reoffending. And having spoken to some people in that situation, they've stated they felt like they were being teed up to fail. Given the various courts have distinct sentencing limitations, what can appear as a lenient sentence can often be the result of the hearing taking place in a lower court which has lower sentencing thresholds. Therefore, the PPS should take care, when they can, to which court they refer prosecutions, and the Department should review which offences are summary and which are indictable. An example of this is animal cruelty. In my lifetime, I've never yet heard anybody consider that a perpetrator of these repulsive acts has received the sentence they deserve. Where the charge is indictable rather than summary, this would permit the PPS to take the perpetrator to a higher court, where the sentences would be higher, more reflective of the crime, public feeling of the crime, and also a deterrent. Another fundamental issue in these cases is, of course, that people are sentenced to be banned from keeping animals. But while the Justice and DAERE ministers continue to bat the issue of a register back and forth between them, it becomes yet another area of no real progress. Such a ban is therefore rendered worthless, as it cannot be properly implemented or enforced. The Lady Chief Justice has indicated that greater transparency in sentencing would be beneficial, as would the broadcasting of sentencing remarks in some cases. This would undoubtedly help the public to understand the judge's thinking, what has been taken into account and how the sentence was reached. However, the Minister has indicated that she neither has the time nor the resources to progress this at present. Judges are rightly independent, but the Minister is responsible for ensuring the effectiveness of the legislative framework. She is responsible for the effectiveness of the prison system and its rehabilitation services. She is responsible for the court service and addressing delay in these. The statistics on Sejini indicate there is action, but little by way of improvement. We know that her next bill should see increases in maximums and use of non-custodial methods, but whatever it includes, it's impact that counts, and the Minister and her department need to deliver improvements and a framework that will command public confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. I call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sentencing practice is an integral cog in our wider justice machinery, and getting it right is essential for ensuring public trust and confidence in Northern Ireland's governance. I am pleased that we have the opportunity to debate this important subject in the Chamber today. As the motion acknowledges, there will always be complex cases with their own individualities that come before the judiciary. What's essential to that process is ensuring that judges are as equipped as possible to make it fair, balanced and substantiated decisions. Judges must be supported in that through guidance and professional development in evolving areas of legislation and practice, and delivering that is a matter for the Lady Chief Justice. I find it paramount to really underline at this stage that it is our role as legislators to set the sentence maxima for each offence that the court encounters, whereas sentencing decisions as a whole are determined by the independent judiciary based on the circumstances of each case and the sentencing guidance available. The separation of these powers is important in a healthy democratic society. An important aspect which is not included in this motion is that it is within the PPS's gift to refer sentences to the Court of Appeal if they believe they are unduly lenient. Around 2/3 of the Crown Court cases are currently eligible for referral, and the pending sentencing bill will extend that further. The judiciary have a wide range of potential sentences at their disposal. What is important, though, on the road to developing and improving sentencing practice is how those sentences are communicated and followed up on. It is in that space that public confidence is built. The consequences of, or a decision taken on an alleged offence must be appropriately communicated to the victims and witnesses who should be at the centre of our decision making. The amendment proposed by Sinn Féin goes some ways to encapsulate the next steps once a sentence is issued. If we are to truly reduce reoffending and improve sentencing practice, recognising the need for a true cross-government and multi-agency collaboration is instrumental. The 2023 Northern Ireland Audit Office report on reducing adult reoffending in Northern Ireland also highlights why the commitment to a cross-departmental strategy on reducing reoffending in the programme for government is so important. I know the Justice Minister is already taking proactive steps on the issues that the motion lays out. The Minister has already announced her intention to lay a sentencing bill as part of her legislative programme for this mandate, alongside a wider review of sentencing issues. Something I want to bring into this debate is the need to increase the visibility of what happens inside our courts themselves, including an exploration of broadcasting certain proceedings, whilst of course at the same time protecting vulnerable witnesses. In that content, I welcome the Department's consultation on broadcasting of courts, with proposals aiming to support open justice, improve transparency in the conduct of court business, and enhance public confidence and trust in the justice system. In the results of the 2023-24 Victim Survey, 50% of those that responded reported that, following conviction in court, the sentence was not clearly explained to them. We need to address that victims and witnesses deserve an understanding of the process that they have just gone through. The draft Victims and Witnesses of Crime strategy will support this, as it includes a dedicated pillar on empowering victims to understand criminal justice decisions. We need to deliver for victims and witnesses, both in criminal and civil proceedings. A deeper and more public understanding of sentencing plays a core role in doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Connie. I call on Justin McNulty. Justin.
I rise on behalf of the SDLP to support this motion, a motion that gets to the heart of a growing crisis in confidence in our justice system. It speaks for the victims who feel let down and for the public who are rightly asking, where is the deterrent in our sentencing? Where is the justice? We fully recognise and firmly defend the independence and integrity of our judiciary, but independence is not immunity from public scrutiny. When our courts hand down sentences that fail to reflect the severity of the crimes committed, that scrutiny is not only valid, it is essential. The figures do not lie. In 2020, of those sentenced for the offence of sexual communication with a child, an astonishing 80% avoided prison. Let me repeat that, 80%. 38% received suspended sentences, 42% got community sentences. For online abuse, 8 out of 10 perpetrators attract non-custodial sentences. What message does that send? I met with the Mary Collins Foundation, who are trying hard for change in sentencing, especially for sentences as they relate to technology-assisted child sexual abuse. And they're screaming for sentencing reform in relation to that front. We're talking about serious, heinous crimes committed against children, and yet the punishment handed down is little more than a tap on the wrist. Where is the deterrent? Where is the justice for the victim? Where is the protection for the public? Where is the protection for children? People will contest that technology-assisted child sexual abuse is not violence, but how do you characterise it when a child's image is taken through coercion, manipulation, deceit and fear, and is used to extort, to threaten and to maintain the pretence of a relationship? How can we be saying that our sentencing is appropriate given the vile, extreme and violent online abuse taking place? Our justice system is not hitting the key sentencing principles of punishment, deterrent, public protection and rehabilitation. Rehabilitation has been elevated so far that we are now not meeting the punishment threshold. The assumption is that online forms of abuse are not as damaging as contact offending. Academic research blows that out of the water. And the lived experience groups can attest to how deeply damaging and long-lasting the effects of technology-assisted child sexual abuse has on their lives. The perpetuity of images is hugely damaging to their lives and forces victims to lead small lives. So I must say, with genuine disappointment and some confusion, why would Sinn Féin want to water down this motion? Why remove a reference to the urgent need for sentencing policy to do more to deter reoffending and protect the public, especially when this motion focuses specifically on serious offences, including sexual crime and sexual crimes against children? Is Sinn Féin really comfortable sending out the message that they are soft on serious and sexual crime against children? That deterrence is somehow an optional extra in our justice system? I hope not. But that is what their amendment implies. Of course.
I don't know if you just didn't listen to what I actually said, because I highlighted that deterrence had to be a key factor. But when you look at the statistics, unless we're looking at rehabilitation as well, we can see the repeat offenders' statistics and what that's doing. So if you don't look at rehabilitation, then we're going to only see increased levels of reoffending. So if you actually want to increase public safety, then we need to look at all of these aspects, not just one.
And Mr McNulty, you have an extra minute.
Thank you. I've read the amendment. I know what it says. Is Sinn Féin really comfortable sending out the message that they are soft on serious and sexual crime against children? That deterrence is somehow an optional extra in our justice system? I hope not, but that is what their amendment implies. Let me be absolutely clear. Rehabilitation matters. The SDLP believes in giving people a path away from offending and reducing reoffending through education, support and resettlement. But rehabilitation must never replace accountability, especially in the case of serious or violent crimes, and especially against children. When almost 80% of prisoners in Northern Ireland are repeat offenders, it is clear and damning signal that our system is failing. We need sentencing that protects the public, that deters repeat offending and that meets the expectations of victims and wider society. Rehabilitation alone will not achieve that. And mitigation, especially in relation to child sexual abuse in the form of character references, is absurd, given that being a good citizen is a key and integral part of grooming and getting access to children. If someone was convicted of GBH, would being a good boxer be a mitigating factor? Then why should it be a good citizen be a mitigating factor in relation to access to children? Of course.
Just for clarification, actually, if you were a really good boxer, it could be an aggravating factor if you were involved in GBH, because you could be seen as more skilled in what you were doing. But to be clear, you can get character references in any offence. It's not only those that are to do. So if somebody is accused of GBH, yes, they can have character references.
6 seconds, Justin.
That is why we support the creation of a sentencing council for Northern Ireland to provide consistency, transparency and, above all, a robustness in how justice is delivered and how children are protected.
Thank you, Justin. I call on Danny Baker. Danny.
I'll go down a different route with my remarks. It is crucial that our justice system has children and young people at its heart with a rights-based approach. As I make my comments today, I am mindful that the North has one of the lowest ages of criminal responsibility in the world. Our law states that the youngest age a child can be charged with a crime is 10 years old. That is not in line with international human rights standards. Sentencing and punishment is not just a matter of holding young people to account, but by doing so that gives them a chance to grow, to reconcile and to build a better future. Young people are still developing mentally, emotionally and socially. Scientific research has shown that their brains are still not fully mature, especially in areas that control decision making and impulse. That doesn't excuse bad behaviour, but it does mean we have a responsibility to treat young offenders differently from adults. We need to understand the reasons why young people end up coming into contact with the criminal justice system. It is often the case children who offend have not had a fair start in life. Overwhelmingly, These children remain among the most vulnerable in our society. Many of them have experienced multiple adversities and challenges in their life, ranging from poverty, family breakdown, mental health problems, and drug or alcohol issues. What happens when these young people are punished but not supported, or when they leave a detention centre with no education, support, no job prospects, and no one to believe in them? They go back to the only life they know, and the cycle continues. Statistics show a high percentage of reoffending within a year of their release. Instead of criminalising these young people, the disadvantage and the inequality they face should be addressed. The custody of any child or young person should always be the last option. Many children rights advocates have highlighted serious concerns about the detrimental impact which detention can have on vulnerable children. It is essential that government departments and agencies work in tandem to provide support, education, counselling and community programmes that actually prevent reoffending. We need to intervene early and provide diversionary measures to make a difference in the quality of lives of children and to prevent them from becoming involved in crime. Every time a child reoffends, it is a failure of the system that's supposed to support them. Every child who breaks that cycle, who turns their life around, is proof that hope, support and belief are stronger than fear. Let's remember that behind every court case or police report, there's a young person who may just needed someone to believe in them, to give them an opportunity and push them in the right direction. We must invest more in rehabilitation, because when we lift a young person up, instead of locking them away, we strengthen not just their future, but society as a whole. Injustice anywhere, especially towards our youth, is a threat to justice everywhere. Let's build a justice system that protects children and young people. Go American.
Thank you, Danny. And I call on Stephen Dunn. Stephen.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today, and I thank Mr Beattie for tabling it this afternoon. We as a party are fully committed to supporting measures that improve the experiences within our criminal justice system, and victims must come first. And unfortunately, in recent years, it does appear that this has not always been the case, and I think that is highlighted through the motion in terms of lenient sentences, and I do think that we hopefully will see improvement going forward. We want to raise confidence, particularly as well amongst women and girls who are the victims of abuse, to pursue prosecutions and bring their perpetrators to justice. To do this, complainants, victims, defendants, witnesses and society as a whole needs to have confidence in our law and justice system. Unfortunately, evidence from the Commissioner for Victims of Crime suggests that confidence in our criminal justice system is lacking, with only 7% of respondents being fairly confident that the criminal justice system could deliver for victims of crime. The reality is that our justice system must do better. The lack of confidence in the system will only discourage victims from coming forward. And as noted in the motion, recent figures showing that 80% of prisoners in Northern Ireland are classed as repeat offenders, which is a shocking statistic in 2025. This indicates both a failure of sentences to properly deter offenders and of our justice system as a whole to adequately reform and adequately rehabilitate. In addition to the impact it has on prisoners and reoffending rates, we must not lose sight of the impact that lenient sentences have on the victims of crime and their families. Figures revealed by my colleague Jonathan Buckley recently found that just over 10% of those convicted at courts for sexual offences against children received a custodial sentence of more than 5 years. We must ask ourselves what kind of message that this sends out about our society's ability to protect our most vulnerable and punish those who so disgracefully prey upon them. I know many members of the public right across Northern Ireland have shared their disgust at what they view to be sentences that do not remotely reflect the seriousness of the crime. Ironically, shorter sentences, whilst alarming the public and failing to deter would-be offenders, also often do not provide adequate time for meaningful rehabilitation support to take place. To this end, the sentence fails to achieve either of its goals. Sentencing councils, as we heard about earlier on in the debate, could potentially make the process of sentencing more transparent, and I do believe that there is an opportunity for this to be explored by the Department. Many constituents raise genuine concerns around a lack of fairness in sentencing. In England and Wales, one of the key aims of the guidelines issued by the Sentencing Council is the achievement of consistency of approach in sentencing. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I do also want to touch upon a particular crime that has been raised recently within this debate and was highlighted just last week by the Police Federation for Northern Ireland, the Let Them Protect campaign, and I was pleased to be able to attend that event, and I know the Minister attended as well. And I do think it is important that we do always keep focused on what we can do to protect our emergency services workers and everyone that works within the public sector. And the campaign rightly calls for heavier fines and longer custodial sentences for totally unacceptable assaults on those public sector workers. For too long, criminals have felt that they can punch, kick, spit and ram policemen and women without fear of serious punishment, and indeed many other of our public services. And in closing, I would urge the Justice Minister to clearly outline how her department will improve protections for all emergency services workers and help improve our justice system, particularly for our victims. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Stephen. I call on Maurice Bradley. Maurice.
So, Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Confidence in the Northern Ireland criminal justice system is at a serious low, with little progress in the past 15 years since justice was devolved. There has been limited outcomes plus slow, ineffective change. Victims feel they have been failed. This motion before us today is because we need meaningful reform. PSNI officers are also frustrated by lenient sentences, especially on drug charges and sexual assaults, especially on children. I agree with the motion proposer calling for mandatory and ongoing judicial training. Judges must keep pace with the changing societal attitudes and best practice. Mr. Beattie has made reference to remarks that a dangerous sex offender was told to find a wife. That kind of remark is unacceptable to any right-thinking person. Lenient sentencing, especially for sexual crimes and animal cruelty, is undermining public trust. Many years ago, in another setting, I was informed by a retiring senior member of the prison service that he felt sexual predators cannot be rehabilitated. It is an urge, and repeat offences are more than likely. That may not be what members want to hear, but those are the thoughts of a highly experienced member of the prison service. Nearly 80% of prisoners are repeat offenders, a clear sign that rehabilitation isn't working. Sentences must reflect the severity of the offence to be a real deterrent. Victims suffer years of waiting for justice, only for a perpetrator to plead guilty at the last minute and get a discount sentence, however that discount is delivered. Finally, a sentencing council to bring consistency and clarity may not be a bad idea, and I look forward to the member bringing that before the Chamber. Victims deserve to understand the outcome, not be handed complex, formal and technical language or denied access to remarks altogether. Sentences must reflect the crime. This is not an attack on the judiciary or the Minister. It's about restoring trust and ensuring justice is truly served, especially for the victims of crime. I support the motion.
Maurice, I call on Alan Chambers. Alan.
Deputy Speaker, criminal sentencing must meet two important criteria. First, the sentence must reflect the gravity of the offence, but most importantly, it must be seen as a deterrent. A few years ago, we saw an advertising campaign that conveyed the slogan that one punch kills. The message was that you don't need a gun or a knife in your hand to end a life. One punch can do it. That one punch could elevate a petty argument into the perpetrator facing a murder or manslaughter charge, and that was the obvious deterrent against throwing that punch. There is a growing cowardly and vicious element that is evident in street assaults. When a victim has been knocked unconscious and unable to defend themselves, and people take turns to kick the victim on the head or indeed stamp on their head with force. I've asked the Minister if she would consider introducing legislation to cover this specific offence, and I know that she shares my absolute disgust at this element of assault. However, the Minister informed me that she has no plans to introduce a further specific offence, and pointed me to sentencing guidelines for judges in assault cases. I was disappointed, Deputy Speaker, to discover that the gap between lower and higher levels of custody are measured in small amounts of months when kicks to the head are involved. In my opinion, this offers little deterrent. Assaults on police also currently carry small gaps in custody guidelines with community orders featuring. We owe it to our police officers and indeed all emergency workers that a much more meaningful deterrent range of sentences is brought forward. I would call on the Minister to establish a sentencing council, as has been referenced in this motion before the House today, to review the scale of sentencing available to the courts with a view to creating genuine deterrence to those considering assaulting another human being, and especially to protect our police officers who are always on the front line. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Chambers. And I call upon Jonathan Buckley. Jonathan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I first of all thank the member for bringing this motion. Lenient sentencing practice has been something that has concerned me for quite some time. I've raised it in this House, and actually in listening to this debate, I note that it is a concern expressed and viewed by many members in many different political parties. Because in truth, our sentencing practices is a failed state. It's crumbling, it's damaging public confidence, and eroding trust that justice will ever be served. I'm conscious, listening to the debate today, that there is an active balancing act of talking about deterrent on one hand and rehabilitation on the other. But in truth, Deputy Speaker, and if we're honest, we failed at both. The statistic of nearly 80% of prisoners in Northern Ireland are repeat offenders are statistics that should send shivers down the spine of any lawmaker in this place, because we have failed in both regards. I'm often reminded of Einstein's quote where he talks about insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I think quite often that is the approach that's adopted in this House when it comes to sentencing. I support some of the measures that's outlined in the motion, particularly about ongoing and professional training for judges. The perception and indeed the reality that many judges are indeed out of touch with life-lived experiences of the constituents that we represent are apparent and riddled through many court cases that I read throughout the land. Speaker, we talk about dangerous times, and I would argue that we are in an incredibly dangerous period of our history with the digital age and criminal offences, particularly serious criminal offences, and I'll focus my remarks on serious sexual abuse. I quoted in this chamber a few months ago that the latest figures from the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children painted a horrifying picture. Crimes involving images of child sexual abuse have almost doubled in the past 5 years in Northern Ireland, with a staggering 98% increase in the past year. Offences have risen by 24%, with 859 cases being recorded by the PSNI in 23-24. That means that in the last 5 years there has been 3,382 recorded crimes. It comes to the point that Mr McNulty made in terms of the differential between online and physical contact. Quite often, and indeed my experience with constituents is, what starts off online ends up with physical contact. And the way in which our judiciary is treating those predators, in my opinion, is completely out of step with lived reality of those in our communities. Because the deterrent is not strong enough. The rise in sexual abuse, allegations and cases, and indeed the need for community justice, as was pointed out by my colleague Ms Bunting, is a dangerous step in the road, because people no longer have faith that our judiciary will deal with these people in an appropriate way.
The member give way.
I will indeed.
Thank the member for giving way, but he also agree with me that when there are tools to be used to inform the public, and more in particular parents, through the Child Protection Disclosure Scheme, which I brought into law, the Department of Justice, the Minister of Justice and the PSNI refuse to promote and advertise that scheme that would better arm parents with the information they require to keep their children safe?
I thank the member for his intervention, and I hope the Minister will address that point in her remarks, because, again, it comes back to my point. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is certainly something that has become endemic to how, indeed, our justice system serves the general public. Of the 547 convictions for sex offences between 2019 and 2023, over 90% received a sentence of less than 5 years. Is that not ridiculous, members? Is that not something that we should all be collectively ashamed of? And I note in the motion itself, it talks about the impact that lenient sentencing has on the victim. And my colleague Mr Dunn raised it when he said, well, we've become victim-maker-led rather than a victim-centred approach when it comes to sentencing. I have dealt with families who have had their lives torn upside down and ruined because of the sexual actions of predators that live in our community. And it doesn't get any better when in a number of years' time they see the very same individuals on the streets again. And quite often the very same individuals carrying out the very same acts of violence, particularly among young women and girls. I believe we can do better, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe there is a will in this House to see this right. And I would just encourage members that, yes, there's a balance to be got. And I think that the public do genuinely understand that different cases require different sentencing. I understand that. But it's in the broad categories that I have a problem with, because in the relation to whether it's sexual violence or indeed other crimes, we must be coordinated and consistent in categorising crimes and ensuring that there's a justice system that's fair for all, but indeed victim-centred. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Buckley. And I call on Mark Durkin. Mark.
Speaker, I welcome today's motion and the urgency it places on sentencing reform. The focus today has understandably been around lenient sentencing in serious crimes such as sexual offences, and of course I agree with what members have said on this. But I want to use my time today to highlight another part of our justice system that I believe receives far too little scrutiny. There's something fundamentally broken about a system that jails vulnerable women for stealing sanitary products and clothing, while those who poison our communities with drugs, those who harm others, those who destroy our environment, walk free with a slap on the wrist. Worse yet, some are granted anonymity. The current system isn't dispensing justice, but it is deepening injustice. It's punishing poverty while power gets a pass. Women, poor women, are being sent to prison for non-violent offences at an alarming rate. 86% of women in custody here are serving sentences for non-violent offences, most commonly for low-level economic crimes of survival, shoplifting, petty crime. 2/3 are mothers, many the sole carers of young children. Imprisoning them doesn't just harm the individual, but devastates entire families, making it harder to rebuild lives. Children end up in care. Mums struggle to find employment with their criminal record and can and often do fall into a downward spiral of offending and exploitation. Many of these women are victims of abuse, of addiction, of mental ill health, of homelessness. And then they become victims again of a system that criminalises their desperation. A glance at local court cases within my own constituency highlights the glaring imbalance in our justice system. A 31-year-old woman who expressed shame for her crime imprisoned 8 months for shoplifting in a local Boots because she had no money. A young single mother given jail time for stealing a £10 pair of jeans. Meanwhile, a domestic abuser who terrorised his ex-partner, whose actions were described by a judge as utterly appalling, was handed a suspended sentence. Or the drug dealers peddling poison through our estates in an area ravaged by addiction, where people young and old are dying. Anonymity orders, as I've mentioned, are too often granted in such cases, and I feel deeply uneasy about that. Suspended sentences spare them jail time, and anonymity shields them further, doing nothing for transparency, deterrence, or the lives ruined and communities left exposed. But this isn't just about women. It's about who we punish and who we don't. Look at what happens when people harm our communities in other ways. The Maboy dump isn't just one of the North's or the UK's or Europe's worst environmental crimes. Clean-up will cost hundreds of millions of pounds, yet after a decade-long wait, justice means just a few months in jail, with no compensation sought or got for lasting damage. Certainly.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree it's incredible that the executive, given the scale of the environmental crime at Moobye, that this executive is not calling for a public inquiry?
And the member has an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I'm aware in response to a question from me to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, says he will be bringing a paper to his executive colleagues seeking support for such an inquiry, and I believe it's essential that we do have an inquiry, because here generations will live with the consequences.
For giving way, I would caution him that this is still sub judice because there are ongoing proceedings. He did mention about financial recovery, and that is also still ongoing before the courts. So just.
I thank the Minister for that clarification. The perception to the public is that those responsible walk away almost untouched. Where's the deterrent, and where is the urgency? This isn't about just calling for tougher sentences across the board. It's about ensuring that the punishment fits the crime, that justice truly means justice. The chance to break the cycle of reoffending and to rebuild lives. Behind every statistic is a story, one that doesn't make the front pages but matters just as much. Someone who needed help but got punishment instead. Justice must protect the public, yes, but it must also protect the vulnerable, and that must not be forgotten as we pursue much-needed sentencing reform. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. And I call upon the Minister. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the debate today because sentencing is a vital part of the justice system in Northern Ireland, and it is one which is frequently poorly misunderstood. It often involves complex considerations requiring a very delicate balance to be struck between the rights of defendants on the one hand and the needs and expectations of victims and the general public on the other. Furthermore, effective and appropriate sentencing policy is fundamental to the success of the Department's mission to reduce levels of offending and deal in a firm and fair way with those who offend, a way which benefits communities and recognises the hurt that can be suffered by victims, whilst at the same time assisting offenders to change their offending behaviour and maintaining public confidence in the system more widely. With these aims in mind, and since taking office for the first time in 2020, I've been committed to improving sentencing policy in Northern Ireland. I've specifically increased the sentencing for serious sexual offences, created additional offences and brought forward increases in the sentences for domestic violence and abuse crimes. And I think it is important to note that that is the case. However, the complexity of these issues and, more significantly, the disruption to the functioning of these institutions has delayed the implementation of those plans. Members will be aware that I now plan to introduce a sentencing bill, which we've been waiting for some time, by the end of this year, and that will include clauses to give effect to the findings of the Department's last sentencing policy review conducted back in 2016-2017, along with the creation of Charlotte's Law, a range of bespoke provisions designed to encourage those who kill in no-body murder cases to reveal the whereabouts of their victims' remain, and the creation of a statutory aggravator model in cases of hate crime. It will also, the member will be pleased to know, cover the issue of enhanced sentencing an aggravating factor for those who work in public service or delivering a public duty. The measures in the proposed bill are designed to increase public safety, reduce reoffending and help create a more effective, transparent and efficient justice system, aligning with the draft programme for government for safer communities priority, and the aim that everyone should feel safe and we all respect the law and each other. As we've seen during today's discussion, Mr Deputy Speaker, perceptions of what sentences should be and what they should do vary very widely around the chamber. The Department's last sentencing policy review considered that it would be desirable to have a clear understanding of the principles and purposes of sentencing, as this can improve awareness, understanding, clarity and public confidence in sentencing, and while not treading on judicial independence, might assist the courts with achieving consistency in their sentencing decisions. Therefore, the Sentencing Bill will also make provision for the principles and purposes of sentencing for adult offenders. The principles will be stated as follows: that they should be proportionality, fairness and transparency. The purposes will be stated as being punishment, number 1, number 2, protection of the public, number 3, deterrence, number 4, rehabilitation, and number 5, reparation. Because, of course, paying something back to society when you have committed the offence is an important part of the process. During this mandate, I also intend to undertake a further review of sentencing issues that have emerged since the last review was completed. One of the issues which I intend to be included for consideration by the review will be sentencing guideline mechanisms, with one potential option for consideration being the introduction of a Sentencing Guidelines Council for Northern Ireland, as proposed in today's motion. When considering the utility of such an organisation, it will be important to take into account the particular needs of our own jurisdiction and our own criminal justice system, learning from other jurisdictions and also taking on board the views of other stakeholders involved. And I think, whilst the member has said that he intends to bring something forward as part of this sentencing bill, I think it would be wrong to do so ahead of a fully considered and consulted process to look at both the utility and the value for money that a sentencing council will bring versus what we have at the moment under the auspices of the LCJ. We are also planning to look at other sentencing reviews, and so we have identified a number of issues for consideration. Those include the use of character references, also raised here today, but we were looking at those particularly in domestic and sexual violence trials, sentencing for serious sexual offences and sentences for drug offences, all of which have been touched on today, as we recognise that these are areas of serious concern. It will also consider recommendations arising from the recent review of sentencing in England and Wales, and if further legislation is considered necessary, it will lead to a further sentencing bill at a future point, which will hopefully be well informed by public feedback. In practice, the challenging task of determining an appropriate sentence. Yes?
Thank the Minister for giving way, and on some of the issues that she's broadly outlined, which have all been raised in the Chamber, will that also take into account bail conditions? I've had a number of cases, even quite recently, where bail conditions have often meant that the perpetrator can go out and do the very same thing that they've been doing before, and ultimately there seems to be very little accountability in that system.
I'm happy to have a discussion separately about bail conditions, but the focus of that will be on sentencing. Bail obviously doesn't apply to those who are sentenced, but it's something that we can certainly have a chat about down the line. In practice, the skilled judiciary have the job of delivering fair and appropriate sentence independently of government in every case that comes before the courts based on the evidence that is presented. Sentencing is a complex issue and is unique in each case. The judge has to carefully consider all the factors related to that case, along with any sentencing guidance, which is a matter for the courts, and establish sentencing principles before they come to their final determination. As stated in the motion, judicial guidance and training are matters for the Lady Chief Justice delivered through the Judicial Studies Board, and any attempt to intervene or to direct in that regard would be a major encroachment into judicial independence. And I think it's important that we listen to the LCJ when it comes to these issues. Where a sentence is considered unduly lenient, the Director of Public Prosecutions can refer an eligible case to the Court of Appeal for consideration within 28 days of sentencing, and we have seen over the last year or so a number of cases being so referred. At present, approximately 2/3 of Crown Court sentences fall within the scope of the unduly lenient sentence scheme. However, my sentencing bill will include provision to extend the arrangements to apply to all sentences imposed in the Crown Court. This approach takes account of feedback during the Department's last sentencing policy review and aims to make the scheme more transparent and easily understood, to ensure that it achieves maximum impact and to improve confidence in sentencing. Yes.
Sorry, Minister. Minister, I welcome what you've just said. but it doesn't take into account the magistrates' court sentencing. Could I ask if that could be extended in any way to take in the magistrates' court? Because we are seeing pretty much similar when it's referred there.
I don't propose to extend the unduly lenient sentences scheme to the Magistrates' Court for the very reason that the difference between the maxima and the minima in the Magistrates' Court is so small that it would actually clog up the courts with consideration of something that may only be a month or two of difference. So it would diminish, I think, the purpose of the scheme. But I do think that there is a wider issue that someone else touched on about careful consideration of where the PPS actually decide to prosecute the case and whether they do that summarily or on indictment. Briefly.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. Minister, you're aware the Mary Collins Foundation have asked that the unduly lenient scheme be extended to all cases involving technology-assisted child sexual abuse. Would you support that call?
Well, any that are heard at the Crown Court will be included, so all sentencing at the Crown Court will be included as part of this. It's also important to highlight that decisions where an offence is tried are made independently on a case-by-case basis and take into account a variety of factors, including whether the court has sufficient sentencing powers to reflect the seriousness of the offence. Often the sentences which people are concerned about are those handed down by the Magistrates' Court, but it should be noted that in most cases in the Magistrates' Court the maximum sentence is 2 years, so the decision to prosecute there will automatically limit what is available to the judiciary in those cases. Moving on now to repeat offending in the context of prisons. Despite Northern Ireland Prison Service facing very acute challenges against the backdrop of a significant rise in the prison population, many of whom have increasingly complex needs, it continues to seek to prioritise rehabilitation and support and to challenge prisoners to change and address their offending behaviour to reduce their risk of reoffending on release. Prison Service works with partners from the statutory, voluntary and community, pastoral and education sectors to deliver a range of programmes and interventions to encourage desistance from reoffending on release. They range from support for dealing with addictions, mental health challenges and past trauma, to programmes which support parenting skills and which change attitudes that lead to violence against women and girls. They're kept under review constantly to ensure they align with the needs and priorities of the prison population. When I talk about complex needs, it's also worth referring back to what Mr Durkin said about the number of women who are remanded in custody or who are facing custodial sentences. Often prison is seen as the provider of last resort, and if people have issues with addiction or mental health, a judge will often remand them in custody in order to put them into a place of safety. And one of the difficult challenges that we have is that so many of our women actually do feel that Hydebank Wood is the safest place for them to be, and that is a real challenge if they don't feel safe at home and they don't feel safe in the community, but they do feel safe and protected when they're with us in prison, because prison is not where we should be dealing with those issues. The wide range of educational, vocational employability skills is under continuous review, and also Prison Service has introduced additional services from statutory partners into prisons to enhance the support available for prisoners in the weeks leading up to release. They include access to housing executive advisors to assist with accommodation planning, engagement with DFC work coaches to support employability and benefit readiness. Evidence shows that individuals are less likely to reoffend, as the Justice Committee Chair said, if they can access appropriate practical support and develop social bonds as they return to the community. Preparation for release is complex. We do not have a responsibility to people once they have gone through the prison door, and we cannot intervene beyond the prison gate. It is a matter then that passes on to other members of the executive in terms of housing, communities and other things. Our responsibility, though, is to draw those organisations through the gate into the prison where they can provide that support. It's also worth noting that the LCJ has actually moved remand hearings earlier in the week so they don't happen on a Friday, because it's often remand hearings that are the ones where you see people being released from prison without that adequate support in place at short notice and without due warning. Whilst custodial sentences are often perceived to be a strong deterrent against offending and reoffending, evidence shows that reoffending can be reduced through rigorous sentences served in the community. And with the right investment, community sentences can succeed where short prison sentences fail. There's been a lot of discussion about the impact of deterrence. However, many of the offences that are committed in Northern Ireland are impulsive acts. They are the result of choices made by often volatile and vulnerable individuals living complex and chaotic lives, and the degree to which they are considering what sentence they might get if they're caught, I think, is rather limited. So we shouldn't place over-reliance on the deterrent effect of sentencing when it comes to individuals of that nature. From our perspective, it is about trying to address the vulnerabilities in order to reduce the offending behaviours. Reoffending information shows the rate of reoffending for adult offenders sentenced to a community order was nearly half that of adult offenders subject to a custodial sentence of less than 12 months. You cannot argue with those facts. If we're getting better results in the community, then that's where we should be doing the work. If we're truly victim-focused, because that's how we prevent more victims being created. That's why the Department has supported the rollout of enhanced combination orders, which is a community-based alternative to short prison sentences. This year, having been provided with some additional funding from the Department, Probation are preparing to expand the availability of that to a further court area in 25-26. We also know that other approaches can address reoffending. Early intervention projects have the ability to break the cycle of reoffending. Intervening upstream prevents future offending and reduces the number of victims, and that includes the intergenerational cycle of offending, where often grandparent, parent and child will all have had interaction with the justice system. However, when it comes to reducing offending and reoffending and supporting rehabilitation, it is not the sole responsibility of the Department of Justice. In practice, it relies upon cross-executive and multi-agency collaboration, and that's one of the pieces of work we are doing, as the commitment within the programme for government has set out about working collectively to develop a cross-governmental strategy to reduce offending and reoffending. My officials have started that engagement across government to progress this, and I'm really pleased, actually, at the level of interest and commitment to date from other departments. In terms of victims, I've had the privilege in this role of meeting with many victims and survivors who have shared their lived experience of the justice system, and I recognise how helpful it can be for victims to be able to read what was said at sentencing hearings in slower time, in terms of aiding their understanding and supporting recovery from the impact of the crime. The Department has been working in conjunction with key stakeholders to look at options for providing victims with access to transcripts, taking account of the findings from a recent pilot exercise undertaken in other jurisdictions. So that will fall within the scope of the new draft Victims and Witnesses of Crime strategy, which is a public consultation at the moment. To be clear, rehabilitation is not the enemy of victims being at the heart of the justice system. Rehabilitation is how we place victims at the heart of the justice system, by ensuring that we don't see people reoffend and create more victims, and also by ensuring that perpetrators are brought to challenge and to confront the impact that their crimes have. I can't, unfortunately, I won't be, I'm about to finish, so that we know that people will not go on to reoffend and create further trauma in the community, and that victims are recognised. And it's one of the reasons why I think the work that has been done, for example, by the Victims of Crime Commissioner Designate, has been incredibly important in placing them there. In closing, I want to reinforce my commitment to improving sentencing policy in Northern Ireland. It is vital, but it is complex and needs sensitive handling. I want to work collaboratively with key stakeholders, including members of this House, but if we want to increase confidence in the justice system, coming out into the media and into this House on a daily basis, talking it down, is not the way to do it. Let's work together constructively and find the solutions that will build that confidence for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Ciara Ferguson. Ciara, you've up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We all have a duty to ensure that justice is accessible to all within our society. That is why issues such as access to legal aid, fair sentencing and improvements in rehabilitation and restorative justice are fundamental. Whilst in the most recent report that won't be published until later this year, the Prison Population 23-24 report, the findings are stark. Daily prison population here has increased by 11.4%. The average daily immediate custody population has increased by 10%. I want to thank the proposer of today's motion and acknowledge the line which highlights the issues and rates of reoffending, which is nearly 80%. The Audit Office 2023 report on reducing adult reoffending rightly sets out some of the causal factors required to address the root causes of reoffending, including stable housing, access to education and employment, mental health and well-being, substance dependence, reliable relationships and social support. I believe this is a fundamental point to raise in today's debate in terms of problem-solving justice collectively together, and also in the context currently of having a draft anti-poverty strategy. It's important for all of us to continuously engage with the individuals and organisations who are working at the coalface of tackling poverty and inequality. And this includes the many different voluntary and community sector groups supporting the Probation Board and the Prison Service by working in the provision of rehabilitation and resettlement services, such as Through the Gate, Housing Rights Beyond the Gate, and many others. We know the linkages between the poverty, homelessness and reoffending. With respect to sentencing guidelines, which lay down the maximum or in some cases minimum sentences available for specific offences, the purpose is to increase the transparency, the consistency and the reliability of judicial decision making, and to not only help individuals, including victims and witnesses, to better understand the process, but also to build public confidence. We acknowledge that there have been several consultations relevant to the issues of sentencing since 2012 announcement from the Department of Justice of the review into sentencing guidelines here. Additionally, there have been several useful reports from the Criminal Justice Inspectorate, the Audit Office, the Public Accounts Committee and indeed the Gillen Review. We agree with the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission in its submission to the Department of Justice Sentencing Review consultation back in February 2020 that supports the need for commitment to restorative and reparative approaches to community sentencing. Sinn Féin support the need for a clear human rights framework for sentencing with a comprehensive statement of principles and purposes of sentencing to help direct the broad purposes of punishment, protection of the public, deterrence, rehabilitation and reparation. We acknowledge the broad principles currently around sentencing as laid out in the Orr v Gavin Coyle 2024 case in the Court of Appeal and guidelines from the Lady Chief Justice Steering Sentencing Group. We also believe that there is a need to reform sentencing guidelines procedures here to tackle any perceived lack of fairness or inconsistency in sentencing judgments. This is fundamental not only to protect public confidence but to encourage victims of crime to come forward and prevent further trauma, particularly prevalent for victims of hate crime, sexual crime or drug crime. Our party supported the introduction of sentencing guidelines in the 26 counties for the establishment of the Judicial Council Bill. Our spokespeople rightly raised the issue of judicial training, including adequate training in terms of domestic abuse and trauma, due to cases sometimes evidencing a lack of understanding or displaying attitudes that have been dated poorly. Whilst there must be respect for the independence of the judiciary, this does not mean that there shouldn't be support for fostering a common judicial culture with regards to core issues and greater clarity and respect of sentencing guidelines. As outlined in the European Judicial Training Network Conference, issues such as gender equality, for example, cannot simply be decreed, but must be embedded within the system through training and changes in habits. We believe the establishment of a sentencing council would go some way to ensure that sentences match the seriousness and severity of the crimes, mainstreaming policy and increasing public awareness and confidence in sentencing and in access to justice within our criminal justice system more generally. I commend our amendment to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ciara. I call on Robbie Butler, and Robbie, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to thank everybody that has spoken in this debate. It's been a genuinely an excellent debate. I've enjoyed all of the contributions, and I will be referencing some of those when I get through a number of points that I want to make myself, Mr Deputy Speaker, because our justice system must do more than process just cases, and I think that's been reiterated by many today. It must inspire confidence that justice is being served, because the purpose of justice, in its purest sense, is to give justice to the victims. And whilst I agree with the Minister and agree with the amendment that rehabilitation must form a crucial part of that, the first role of the judiciary is to see that justice is done. So today's motion speaks about a growing crisis in confidence, where victims, survivors and the wider public are left questioning whether the sentences handed down truly reflect the seriousness of the crimes committed. And I note that in some of the commentary, which has been fair, is that we must separate out serious crime with enduring harm from petty crime, because they're two very different things. The Ulster Unionist Party recognise the independence and integrity of the judiciary, and we mustn't lose sight of the fact that the judiciary have paid a heavy price in this country over many years. This motion respects that. It acknowledges the complexity of the cases that come before the courts, and it's never easy. But it also recognises the importance that ongoing judicial training, as directed by the Lady Chief Justice, should be central to this. However, this motion today confronts a deeply uncomfortable truth that for many victims, and probably more notably members of the public, sentencing decisions in some of the most serious crimes including violent assaults, repeat offending, and yes, sexual offences against children, have been perceived as lenient to the point of injustice. I need only go back to 2023, where a deeply disturbing case was referred to the Court of Appeal by the Director of Public Prosecutions. 2 men were convicted, one after the trial, on a guilty plea. They were found guilty of rape, sexual abuse of a child who was under 13, alongside offences including Class A drugs and the unlawful removal of that child. One received a 9-year sentence, the other just 6.5. Yet the Court of Appeal, while accepting the concerns about leniency from the Director of Public Prosecutions, declined to alter the sentence because they couldn't. Because the law stipulates that the judge or the court must have got it wrong. Whether it was lenient or not isn't something that the court could look at, which is wrong. It's just utterly wrong. This is not just a legal technicality. It cuts to the heart of public faith in the justice system. A system that is considered unduly lenient when it undermines confidence in justice, and yet even then courts may choose not to intervene, as I've outlined. That gap between principle and practice is what this motion is trying to do, is trying to address that problem. And I do welcome the fact that the Minister has put on record today some of the changes that she intends to make, but I'm not sure that it encapsulates the one that I've just outlined. The difference between the DPP asking for a lenient sentence to be looked at, but actually it's fixed to the ground, because if the court didn't make a mistake in the sentencing, it can't be found too lenient. We see the consequences of inaction, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in... I will, yes.
Given way, I appreciate it. The issue here is that when it is taken to the Court of Appeal, 3 appellate court judges will sit and consider whether the sentence was appropriately given. So there is a degree of judicial discretion that applies in all of these cases. To suggest that simply because it is appealed it should automatically be overturned, we then suggest that in every case there has been an unduly lenient sentence and that judgment would pass to PPS.
I totally accept and agree with the Minister's point. It's not the point that I was making, however. I wasn't suggesting that it was thought to be too lenient. What I'm saying is it was found to be too lenient, but the court could do nothing about it because the process had been followed. That was my point. The process had been followed. They agreed that it was too lenient, but they couldn't change it. And that's what's wrong. I'm saying that's wrong. If the court understands that the sentence that was passed down was too lenient but can do nothing about it because they followed process, well, then the process needs to be looked at. I'll let you in again because I'm going to mention you in a minute or two. I'm going to let you back in a minute or two, just to want to make a wee bit of progress, if that's okay. But because I want to make this point. The consequences of inaction we see played out in the public space, and that's the rise of self-styled online child protection groups. And we see them, we've got them probably on most of our Facebook, and we can understand why they're there. And sometimes those groups perhaps put themselves at danger and act in ways that may be seen to be inappropriate to the police or to the judiciary, but their core aim is to address what they perceive to be an issue, which is the lenient sentence, and particularly around child harm. If they feel that the judiciary or we are failing them, they will act. And it's our job to reflect their frustrations. That should set alarm bells ringing. The justice system should never leave the public feeling that they must take matters into their own hands. Now, I'm not suggesting that... if you're brief, Minister.
2 quick things. First of all, if the process is followed, it could be within the discretion of the judge, was the point that I was making. And secondly, I hope the member is going to clarify that he also doesn't agree that vigilantism is ever acceptable.
Thank you, I never mentioned the word vigilantism. What I referred to was self-styled online protection groups. If that's what you want to call them, Minister, fill your boots. Okay? I'm not going to hold this to one type of crime, which is where we've centred around, but the public outrage more recently in and around the torture and killing of animals. I'm just going to go back to one instance just to reorientate ourselves where we are. You'll all remember the appalling death of Luna, the dog, where the sentencing seemed to be disconnected from the harm that was enacted. I'll just remind the House of what happened, unfortunately. The dog was beat to death with a breeze block, and then it was buried alive. I think it was within 17 weeks or something of a sentence. Absolutely appalling. Now, it's been noted today that nearly 80% of prisoners in Northern Ireland are repeat offenders, and that tells us everything we need to know. The current system is not working. Guys, I used to work in the prison service. And it's an awfully difficult job, and I'll shout about it because it's a job I love dearly. One of the failures that we do have, not necessarily in this motion, is the fact that there are too many individuals in our prisons. I think it was Mr Durkin had suggested about the gender disparity, and I totally agree with him, but our jails do have... Our judiciary can't even send some people to the right places. Our jails are full of people perhaps who need more help for mental health or addictions and stuff, but what that stops us doing is proper rehabilitation of the inmates that are there. We can't rehabilitate properly when we don't have the space and the capacity, and the staff are also beleaguered, but we will work with the Minister to try and fix those things. This motion calls for urgent reform, including a consultation on the Sentencing Council for Northern Ireland and the basic dignity for victims, like written sentencing remarks. Very, very briefly, I will go through some of the comments that were made, and maybe be a point of clarity that the Minister might want to make. Justin McNulty reminded us that it's not just in-contact crime, it's also that rise of digital crime, and I think that is something that we need to get ahead of. Mark H. talked about the gender inequality, and I think that's the example that sprung to my mind when you talked about that, Mark, was the fact that there's more space, perhaps, in the women's prison, so therefore they're more likely to be handed a judicial sentence, which indicates that we're not passing on sentences to men because there's no room for them, which is bonkers. I'm not saying, I said it might be, but Minister could, well, I'm just suggesting. Danny Baker from West Belfast, thanks Danny, because you did talk about the need to separate this from children, because if we want to get ahead of the stream here, really where we need to put a big bit of effort in is making sure that our young children don't fall foul of the sins of their fathers and mothers or whatever, and they don't end up in the judicial system. Joanne Bunting was forensic as usual in this, on her analysis and the gaps and the failures. Johnny Buckley spoke of the personal experience of helping individuals affected by these lenient sentences, and then seeing people walking the streets and that fear that instills. And that's why I go back to the fact that if the public don't have confidence, that's why we're here today. It's not about my ability as someone with absolute experience. This is what we're reflecting today, is the pressure that's felt within the community. And I did welcome most of what the Minister had suggested. There was one, Minister, I'd like to ask. You said at the start of your opening remarks that sentencing is misunderstood, but you didn't say who it was misunderstood by. Could you maybe tell me who you meant when you said that the sentencing and lenient sentences is misunderstood?
I think sentencing process and guidance, how it operates, who is responsible for it, the entire structure is misunderstood, I would say, by people in this House, by the general public. And so one of the reasons that we want to provide that clarity in the sentencing bill, which is coming forward this year, is to aid understanding of how sentencing works.
Minister, 15 seconds. I thank the Minister for clearing that up. I again disagree with the Minister. I don't think the public do misunderstand this aspect of sentencing. What they understand is that for serious crime, their sentences are too lenient, and there is no justice handed out to victims in some cases. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this debate. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Deirdre Hargey, Cara Ferguson and Danny Baker were made. All those in favour say aye. All those any against? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, the question that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you very much indeed. There we go. Next item on the agenda is item 6 on the order paper of the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.